I need no Skittles.
Just a quick notice to everyone in the audience, we're going to start 5 minutes late since there's construction on Pennsylvania Avenue to make sure that anyone who is coming to the meeting has a chance to get here. Good.
Let's see, we don't need that.
There's a lot of truth in that statement.
Salad. Good evening, everyone.
Are you
Hi, on. Can you hear me? All right. It is 5:05 on Tuesday, July 22nd. I'm going to call our town council business meeting to order. If you all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We'll start our evening with Manager Parsons' comments.
Thank you, Mayor Clement. I'll open quickly with just a recognition and thank you to all of the town staff through the recent storms and flooding activities, from the pre-planning to carrying through throughout that Sunday and Monday, and then all of the recovery time since. Really just great team effort, and already a lot of discussion on what went well, what maybe could be better the next time around when the inevitable occurs, but just really a good, fantastic team effort, and I'd just like to recognize them, particularly with the number present this evening. Moving into your agenda, it is a hybrid agenda this month as the singular meeting of the Town Council in July. As a result of that, we will have a short presentation and just an update on the fleet maintenance facility project from town staff to open. So that's sort of your work session-like type of topic. And then we'll move into what amounts to a regular business agenda. That includes 4 items on your consent agenda. 1, the early termination of an interlocal agreement with Moore County GIS. They were very kind to step up and help us out at a time that our work order system was transitioning unexpectedly, and we've been working with Moore County to get through that period, but we are now set up and operating great. So that is a mutually agreed upon termination of that agreement with Moore County. You've got a couple sets of minutes for approval. An update to the fats, oils, and grease ordinance. Again, there is a memo in your packet relative to that. The most simplistic and straightforward explanation of it is it brings our ordinance in line with the current Moore County sewer ordinance, which is what it's there to serve, because ultimately anything that's coming through that system ends up in Ador and being treated by Moore County. And then finally, you have a resolution directing the clerk to investigate an application for a voluntary annexation. This is over off of Old US 1, and it's actually a parcel that is partially already in town limits, and this simply will annex the backside of it and put the entire parcel within the town. Again, the resolution this evening simply directs the clerk to initiate that process. You will have a future hearing and hopefully adoption of that application. Beyond that, each of the items on your action agenda, and then of course the public hearings, will have introductions at such time that we get to them this evening. Happy to take any questions, and otherwise would request an adoption of the agenda as presented.
Okay. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Manager Parsons. As we move into public comments, just a quick reminder that anything that is under the public hearings, either legislative or evidentiary, those comments need to wait until we open those public hearings. That includes the Planning Department administration fee revision, Hale Street Cottages, again for the quasi-judicial portion, Murray Hill Road Townhome subdivision plat, and Tommy's Car Wash. Thank you. Outside of those, if you have any comments, you may do those now. I have 3 people already signed up. If you did not have a chance to sign up and would like to speak, I'll give you time once I go through these 3. To start, we have Arthur Mason. Good evening.
Arthur Mason, 880 West New Hampshire Avenue. And I'm here this evening with concerns about the pool park. We know it's the pool park. A lot of us old people like me know it as the Clay Hole. And the renaming of it. And we would like to see if we can rename as Pleasant Highlands, which was the first black mill on the west side of Southern Valley, and featuring Joey and Pool, and also Callaway Court, Dream Court. And we really have some petitions here, and I wanted to present them to the council. And it's more, but I don't have them right now, but I would like to present the ones that I do have. And we have Ms. Tessa Taylor here, and she's going to elaborate a tad bit more on this subject, if it's okay.
Of course. If you'll hand them to either Reagan or someone, will pass it on down.
Thank you.
Mr. Mason, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Ms. Taylor.
Good afternoon.
council members, and fellow Southern Pines residents, I like to write down what I'm thinking. We're here to support the upgrade to signage of the pool park. Those of us who have been around most of our lives see our town growing exponentially to the point that many amenities need nomenclature that shares the what's, the who, and the whys. This is to continue to share our historical value and the relativity to the community. When presented with this opportunity, and after speaking with Councilwoman Gray, our community discussion centered on what would encompass our beginnings and included in the upgrades. Persons, places, and things tend to have more value when there are points of connectivity and recognition. The Clay Hole became the central entertainment where adults gathered to chat about the days of short years of incorporation with Mr. J. Pleasant Hines as its mayor. Those of you who know Oliver Hines, that was his grandfather. But it became the central entertainment where adults gathered. Fond memories of an old blueberry field evolving to a playground of clay where area youngsters played baseball with rocks, then sacks for bases. Long before actual bases and baseballs came, makeshift basketball goals, and just a place to run around and just be kids. And older folk gathered to enjoy the sights and sounds of each other's voices over packed snacks and lunches and just enjoy being. Time, growth, and progress brought a gentleman to this town named Joe Richard Wynn in 1962. I was in the first class he taught when he came. To us who had a vision he shared with those in position to pay attention. Thus, the addition of the clay hole to the clay hole of the swimming pool. Interestingly enough, I have a copy of the pilot newspaper article that was published Thursday, June 24, 1964, titled "Municipal Pool Opens to Serve West Side Area under management of Mr. Joe Wynn, Supervisor of the Parks and Recreation Department for West Southern Pines," and his daughter, the late Marnita Wynn, was the first one in. Of course, our town pillar, many of you too young to have heard of him, but Mr. Chester Goins, who ran the Town Hill Club for years and years, was its first lifeguard. Over time, our town has made additions with community support to include an event shelter and a splash pad. And of course, the tremendous contribution by a Carthage resident, the Robbie Calloway Dream Courts, the full-size regulation basketball court dedicated in April of 2024 through a grant from the Nancy Lieberman Charities and the Boys and Girls Club of the Sandhills. These are contributions that need to be perpetually recognized. Thus, our recommendation and request for total support of naming the hallowed ground solidified with a plaque displaying the name J. Pleasant Hines Clay Hole Park, featuring the Joe Richard Wynn Pool and the Robbie Calloway Dream Courts. As a community, we are eager to work with our council to accomplish this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Ms. Taylor.
Next on my list that have signed up is Sue Hitchcock.
Hello, I'm Sue Hitchcock. Don't have quite as righteous a request as that. I'm actually requesting a personal item for an adjustment to my water bill. I've been working for months on this, and I figured this is my only avenue. I was a teacher for 37 years, so I have a handout for you. I didn't bring enough.
That's okay, we can share. Just keep in mind, you only have 3 minutes, so
I know.
let me pass these out.
Okay, pass them around.
Yep.
Okay, as you can see on there, starting in January, my bill had nearly doubled. So of course I called the town, they came out, found nothing wrong. I found no leaks. Another month came, still a high bill. They sent me data showing water usage. On this data, there were a lot of times when there was water usage and no one was home or during the night. So definitely something was wrong. I almost felt like they didn't believe me when they said there was no leak. So finally, by the fourth month, I felt I had to hire a plumber to make sure there were no leaks. I've attached the plumber's invoice there. Not only were there no leaks, but they discovered that the meter was malfunctioning. Okay, so the town did replace the meter. Literally, as he was replacing the meter, he still claimed there was nothing wrong with the meter. However, I felt it should have been replaced 2 months earlier because I've gotten 3 normal bills since the meter was replaced. So it cannot be coincidence that my bill went down as soon as the meter was replaced. So since recycling started in January, which added $10 to my bill, I feel a fair bill is $70. So what I'm requesting are the differences there for each of those months. They did make an adjustment of $26.34. I taught math. I have no idea how they got that number. So anyway, actually, I shouldn't have had to hire a plumber, I don't think. I think this should have been fixed, but this is my request, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have a record of the 3 bills that you feel like were normal since it was replaced?
No, but I know my last bill was 73, and I know the bills had gone up on July 1st.
Okay, we can find those out,
We would be able to pull those from the system.
figure it out. All
Yeah,
right,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Miss Dorothy Brower.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Dorothy Brower, 102 Eastman Road, Southern Pines. Lieutenant Jack Austin rendered 28 years of service to the town of Southern Pines. Over about half of those years, he spent with us with the West Southern Pines Community Watch Program. I was secretary. He attended our meetings, gave updates from the department as required. However, he actively participated in various community activities such as provided water for community cleanups, helped to unload pickup trucks at the dumpsters in doing so. He attended family and children activities held by various organizations such as the Vigils, Easter egg hunts, trunk or treats, family fun days, to name a few. Though the patrol officers monitored these events, he was present. And that was by choice, along with Bill List, when Bill List came on board. So on behalf of primarily me, because I'm the one standing up here, but there are other organizations that have asked me to extend our gratitude in extension, if you would let him know, that we give a big and sincere thank you and wish him the absolute best in his well-earned and well-deserved retirement. And I will also, y'all didn't know this was going to be an awards program. Anna Rosano of the Pilot of the Sandhills, this young lady here, came to Southern Pines how many years ago? 3 years ago, with no preconceived notions or opinions of our community. She has become an accomplished journalist. She covers this forum as well as our West Southern Pines community activities and news. She not only writes what is presented in sessions and meetings, but extensively researches the subject matter before publishing. Therefore, it is my honor to congratulate her, you, Anna, for your recent first and second place National Newspaper Association Awards. Wow. And for your third place North Carolina Press Association Award. All right.
Ms. Brower. Is there anyone else who would like to add public comment?
Protocol and add to what Dot just said.
Sure.
Yes, to Lieutenant Austin. I was actually going to do this at roundtable, which may be at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm not sure. His last day of work was July 22nd, and I tried to catch him on the job to thank him. Because I know that he did so much outreach in the community and was so beloved. And I was unable to get with him, so I then went by the police station and said if he was willing to call my number, to have him call, and he did call, and I thanked him profusely from all of us. What a great spirit and what embodiment of the kind of person you want to have working with people and working the streets of Southern Pines. Amazing person. He's going to be, he said he will still be in the area. He's taken a job with First Health and will be working security there. So you may see him, you may run into him again. I hope none of you are in the hospital, but you may run into him again. But just kudos to him. And I did say, I'm going to call you out at the meeting on the 22nd. And of course, Dot Brower beat me to it, but no surprise there. Anyway, yes, congratulations to him on retirement, which he's not even getting close to doing. He's going to be back in another capacity. But thank you for acknowledging him. What a special person.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Come on, you can forward. Just make sure that you add name and address, and I will steal a pen and add it to our list.
Good evening, council. My name is Nora Bowman. I live at 740 South Hill Street in Southern Pines, West Southern Pines. I'm here today basically on, I guess, behalf of some of the citizens of West Southern Pines. I think that with all the new development and the future development that'll be coming, and with all of the uptown development that is coming in, that we see quite a few new signs showing the historical downtown Southern Pines, the new park signs, those types of things. I think it would be a great idea and would like to recommend, you know, that maybe the council take into consideration a sign for West Southern Pines. West Southern Pines is a historical area. It has been featured in the Development Finance Initiative, the DFI, the Comprehensive Long Range Plan, and recently the draft of the Character District. So at this point, I would just like to recommend to the council, and like I say, represent some of the residents of West Southern Pines, especially with the new developments, that we not fade into the sunset, that West Southern Pines has a stake in West Southern Pines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Ms. Bowman.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none. We'll move on to our council updates and discussion. Actually, before we do that, I want to quickly say to Mr. Mason and Ms. Taylor, who spoke about renaming the pool park, I really appreciate Councilman Gray for bringing some of this to my attention, the petition when it was started. And so the article about Mr. Wynn's daughter being the first person in the pool is something that our staff had also brought to my attention, and I appreciate that you're here and had an opportunity to speak, and I look forward to getting to that item on the agenda very quickly. But first, we will get to the fleet maintenance facility.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here again. Engineer Mickle and myself are here to discuss the fleet maintenance facility, which you have all had the opportunity to see. And I will tell you once again, to kind of continue to praise staff, we have a staff of 4 mechanics who do an outstanding job working in very small, tight quarters with some large pieces of equipment sometimes. So we're going to kind of give you an overview, and this is an update, and obviously we'll take any questions that you may have. So, as you've seen, as I think all of you have seen, our current facility is a 2-bay garage that we've been in for over 30 years, probably pushing 35 years at this point, maybe even longer than that. Some of our constraints or our larger vehicles do not fit inside the bays. We work on those outside. We use portable jacks to lift those and to do those regular work on those vehicles. We can only lift one of the larger vehicles one at a time. sharing that space, we don't just, it's not just the garage, but some of our sign equipment, some of our sign staff for town signs is in that space as well. So we struggle inside that space as well as some of our storage. All of our maintenance equipment storage is not in the same building. Some of that we don't have space for, so we order as we need it, which causes some delays, but we also have some scattered throughout the site that are stored in other locations. So there are some constraints on the site there, so. Next, BJ.
This slide really just kind of gives a brief overview of the size of our fleet. That first paragraph that I'm betting none of y'all can read because I can't read it from here either. But I promise you, the numbers are right. The graphics just below that description, that comes from a document that was prepared by HDR Engineers. That's a large multinational firm that's got, offices nationwide. And they have a handy guide that kind of gives a good rules of thumb for when you're sizing fleet facilities. And what this represents is kind of a ratio of the number of repair bays that you need relative to the number of vehicles. So for example, your heavy duty vehicles, which are your fire trucks, your yard debris trucks, backhoes, excavators, the big, large equipment, they recommend between, one bay for every 15 to 20 vehicles, and so on with the medium duty vehicles and the light duty vehicles. So when we run through that calculation, we calculate that, we would need somewhere in the area of 6 bays for a fleet of our current size. This is just what we have currently on hand. So to mention, we have currently a 2-bay facility. Following this rule of thumb, we would need a 6-bay facility. On top of that, it's not just about the fleet bays themselves, but you've got to have space for the staff to work out of. We do welding and repairs and machine shop work out of that facility. As Mike mentioned, a lot of part storage, tire storage. We try to keep all of that as close as we can. There's call it the reception area, but like when you go to your normal maintenance shop, there's people there to greet you, find out what's wrong with the vehicle, create the work orders. So we have a little space set aside for that also. And then always want to be keeping in mind for future growth. I don't think anybody would be surprised to say the town is growing. With growth comes new equipment. And so, you don't want to build something now that's not going to last. If it's a problem 5 years from now, what have we accomplished? And then one thing we have definitely learned is the size and the height of the facility need. When the ladder truck comes into work, you have to raise the ladder up so that you can tilt the cab forward just to do basic maintenance work. From the top of that ladder to the ground is roughly 23 feet. Your average building is usually not that tall, so that's a major component of what we're looking at as we move forward, trying to figure out what does this facility need to look like. So those are kind of the criteria and things that we're keeping in our minds as we're kind of working on this. BJ.
So potential layout, we had part of the Creech study was they provided the potential layout of what something might look like. This is 100% an example of what a new facility would look like. What we're really asking for tonight, or not asking for anything, but what we want to ask for going forward is we have funding in the current budget to do some preliminary work, to do what we call a phase 1, kind of a study of what it is that we need. It may not be a new building. It may be a remodel of some existing buildings. It may be some reorganization of the site itself. That's the direction we go. The biggest thing we're looking for is we want to bring in, go a little bit different from what we traditionally do when we bid. Typically, we would get an architect, which would involve some engineers, which then would involve whatever contractor would use. We want to use something that Southern Pines has not done before, which is the design build method. And that is really where we're going. We want to start out with a group who has the architects and engineers on staff You pick that contractor up front, and we use that design build. We feel like there's some fundamental savings in that in the long run, and they help guide us into what it is we need. What size do we need today? What does the future look like? And then we come back to the council and say, hey, here's some options. Here are the things that we can do. Here's the things we can't do. Here's things that will fall within the budget or won't fall within the budget. So we're really doing some exploratory work up front to kind of figure out what we need in the future. We know that with growth, it's not just fire trucks, it's dump trucks, it's backhoes, it's all of those things that keep the town going. It's internal to the town itself, but we had to have those things to keep our infrastructure up and moving in the right direction. So we're very fortunate that we do a lot of that work inside, but the more equipment we get, if we don't do something, we're going to have to start pushing more of that to external, to have outside contractors work on equipment and repair equipment. And that becomes, as you probably know, pretty expensive.
As a result of taking on the yard waste, how many new vehicles did we acquire?
Three.
The claw truck, the vacuum?
Two
and-
claws and one vacuum.
And one vacuum, okay.
That's correct. And all those are specialized, and our maintenance staff went through some training with the company we bought those from to be able to work on those. So we are doing the majority of that maintenance in-house for the time being.
How many vehicles do we have currently that do not fit in the bay because they're larger than the bay allows?
Was it 11?
Going to be at least half.
Okay.
At least half of the vehicles don't fit?
So
Yeah, I don't know, I can give you an
So-
exact number, but
what we call heavy-duty vehicles, well, let me give you this. So we have 161 small engine vehicles. So
Right.
when I say 161, we also need space. Right now, if we're going to work on a lawnmower or some kind of small engine, something, we have quite a few lawnmowers in town. We work on those regularly, preventative maintenance and repairs. They take up one of those bays, so that takes up
Right.
from putting another vehicle there. So we have 161 small engines. We have 137 light-duty vehicles, which are cars, pickups, trailers, and we have 11 medium-duty vehicles, which are more like service trucks, brush trucks, which are fire trucks, parked buses, those type things. And then we have 49 heavy-duty vehicles, which are our larger yard debris trucks, fire trucks, backhoes, those types of things.
And those larger, of those larger vehicles, the majority of them don't fit in the current bay.
I would say the majority. We don't have the exact number, but I would say the majority do not fit in those bays. We do that work
And
outside.
the area, I haven't been in the bay, I'm embarrassed to say.
We can make it happen.
I need to, I know, a tour is upcoming, I know that's true. What are the conditions in the bay as far as people working on that? Is there any cooling or any heating?
There's heating in there. They have what's a typical, it's not air conditioned, so to speak, but it's got a typical, the doors are up and down
All the
multiple
time,
times a day.
right.
So there's heat in there, but it's not the most comfortable place to work if you're going to, but we understand it. It's not in the sun either, it's in the shade,
Okay,
so.
okay.
Just curious, the 6 that you quoted, James, I'm sorry, I can't think of your last name, engineer, that didn't include future, that's just talking about the president?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Could you verify whether that's 6 or 7? Because I think on your slide I counted 7.
You think
Can we go back a slide?
the bays,
I did say,
Yeah.
so I can tell you because that calculates out with decimal points when I actually did the calculation. 6 is the more appropriate answer.
Councilman Goodman and I took a tour of the garage yesterday, and it's certainly worthwhile. I mean, it's worth the time.
Excited.
Yeah, it's good to see, and it's actually good to see all the different buildings that are over there and how they're being used. Yeah, I look forward to it being organized a little bit more efficiently and in space that you all can.
that's some of the stuff, as you know, and I told you when we talked about it, but that's some of the things we're doing. We're evaluating the buildings and are we getting the best use out of the buildings now? There's honestly nothing we can do right now as it sits today to make the garage work any better. Can we reevaluate storage and reevaluate some use of buildings? Absolutely. It doesn't accomplish.
Well, that's
what we
going to have to happen
Yeah.
if you get a new building anyway.
Exactly.
And the portable jacks, I think you mentioned they are about to age out as well.
They are
Is that right?
in the budget
This year, yeah.
this year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Meaning we've approved them, or meaning by this year,
They're-
this?
They're
They're
approved
approved,
in the
right.
current,
That's
in
what-
the
okay,
current
that's what I
budget.
thought. Okay,
And again, that's the kind of purchase because of the age of the existing ones, and because even if you started tonight, this won't be up for a
Right.
year, 18 months. I mean, you probably are not going to hold off on
Yeah, we probably
replacing
still
that
have to
equipment.
purchase them no matter what at this point.
So I'm confused about what your ask is tonight.
All we're asking for, this is actually this is an update. The ask would actually come on August 12th at the next meeting. And the ask is nothing more than, we want to be able to utilize a different method of getting the information and doing the building. And that is what was known as the design build
Right,
method.
okay, all
I
right.
think what you will find in your packet is a template resolution to authorize the design build approach. You'll see as you read that, there's a lot of information that these gentlemen are going to have to plug in and take care of. But before going to that process, I think they wanted to put in front of the council the idea of trying to approach this from a design build standpoint instead of the traditional architect, engineer, then go to bid for construction type of approach.
Right. And I will admit to reading that document and being completely confused, so I'm glad that you
It is.
clarified things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep,
That's great. And it sounds like a responsible way to move forward.
thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much. Okay, moving on to our consent agenda. Does anyone have questions or information? Yes, ma'am.
In regard to one of the minutes, while I'm fumbling around looking for them, I have actually found it. I just want to one more time say, Beth does these minutes, and they're amazing, and she's spot on, and she is just without fault in any way. She's amazing. In regard to the recycling program review, it cites the written summary, and having learned lessons from the planning department on what needs to be attached, I wonder if we should in fact attach, for somebody in 20 years looking for the recycling subscription written summary that I think Jessica did, if we should attach that to the minutes. Okay, great. Okay, that's great. That's what I was going to make sure of, is that somebody in 20 years wasn't confused about what that was about. Thank you. Otherwise, as usual, your minutes are exemplary, and I thank you. I've kept minutes before in other capacities in my life. It's not a fun job. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. And now down to our action items. 7A, consider continuance to August 12th for AR-05-25. Do we need to have any discussion, or can I just ask? Okay, thank you.
Planning Department. Just a very brief story update. You will recall back on June 10th, you did see the architectural compliance permit for Pinehurst Hyundai. They took your comments very seriously. They went back to the drawing board with their exterior building materials. And given the timeline, they said they requested additional continuance a couple weeks ago. The copy of the letter from them requesting that continuance is in your packet on page 23 of 225. And at this point, they're asking to be able to come to you on August 12th with updated renderings.
I would like to note that in the letter from Ms. Krupsaw, it actually does refer to it as Southern Pines Hyundai, and our notes say Pinehurst Hyundai, so I don't know if it means anything, but
Maybe they took that comment to heart as well. We'll see. That would be.
is there a motion to continue until August 12th?
Absolutely. So moved.
All right. All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
now we
Make
have
sure you
our
Quick on the draw. Don't forget.
RA-01-25, resolution of intent to vacate right-of-way.
Back in October of 2000, BJ Grieve with the Town of Southern Pines Planning Department.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Back in October of 2022, there was a request submitted by Ascot Corporation for the town to vacate a portion of right-of-way adjacent to a project that they were working on called Townhomes on Bennett. And the area in question, if you can still hear me, the area in question is actually these structures are there right now. You're familiar with them. These two are done. This one's under construction. These two buildings are done. This one's under construction. This building actually, for reasons I would love to get into, but won't because it's fascinating history, Southern Pines cartographic history. This line comes right here and slices this off because the South Bennett right-of-way comes down to 40 feet right through here. There's some challenges with the tax parcel identification. But this was a portion of Southern Pines right-of-way that has a history I won't go into. Suffice it to say, it wound up being that during the process of going through review for this project, the subdivision plat, the town was okay with vacating a portion of this right-of-way. If you slice this right down the middle long ways, this portion right here, so that this portion would become part of the development, but this portion would stay right-of-way for purposes of clear vision triangles at the intersection. So all that got worked out. The applicant put in a request to abandon. The town did the first step, which is passed a resolution of intent to vacate, which set a public hearing for November of 2022. And then I believe the simplest answer of what happened is probably the correct one. And so I think that I forgot to put it on the agenda for the following month. And therefore, that public hearing that's required prior to ordering the abandonment was not on the agenda. And because it was a minor issue, we didn't send out adjacent property notification because it's not required. We just didn't have anybody show up or ask about it. We didn't write a report about it. In the following month, that public hearing just never happened. And so the order of abandonment was never approved. And so 3 years later, it has created a question from the attorney doing the title work for townhome number 11 on the end. They are actually okay with moving forward. It's not going to hold up a closing because they can still offer title insurance because we did a quitclaim deed. And now I'm approaching the weeds. But suffice it to say, what I think is proper and what is nice and tidy is to run through the process again to correct this by passing a resolution of intent to vacate, holding a public hearing 1 month from now, ordering the abandonment, and then using that order to update the quitclaim deed as well as the subdivision plat. This won't have any effect on the property owner and the attorney doing the closing. The sale will still go through, and everyone's on the same page as that's an appropriate fix. So we'll get it fixed.
Are there any questions?
I have a comment. I was opposed to forfeiting the right-of-way to begin with and was really vocal about that. I am really frustrated by the fact that then, and I understand, and I appreciate you taking responsibility for the fact it didn't come on for a hearing. But I'm astonished at the fact that somebody went ahead and built on the property without clear title and without the right-of-way being waived. That's something that's just irresponsible. And again, I'm absolutely baffled.
I think that we ought to take the blame for that because we approved plans and did not do the correct administrative action.
I still think that it is the responsibility of the person putting the building on the right-of-way that they make sure they have clear title. I assume that if I were to go out and build a building on the right-of-way in front of my house, there'd be some pushback on that. Just saying.
Yeah.
And I would not, and I appreciate, again, you taking the responsibility, but this is not the way to do business, and this is not the way to allow people to build on the right-of-way that we very well may need in years to come because of traffic issues. So,
Just to be
I
clear,
continue.
I'm not giving you all the blame either. I think that we approved plans that approved building upon surface that was not yet vacated, so I appreciate that you.
Not to fight, to take
Let's
blame,
do.
but I do feel that it is my responsibility here, because again, I think the most likely, simplest answer is that the board that we maintain in my office to get everything on the agenda, I think a sticky note failed to go up there. After spending most of last week trying to figure out how on earth this happened, that's where I came up to. But I still appreciate your comments about sort of due diligence on all parts, and we had some good follow-up conversations. We never make a mistake without talking about how it happened. We have a debriefing on stuff and learn from it. And just that comment about the importance of redundancy in procedures. So we already talked about how do we make sure that something that simple, like if a sticky note fell off of the board, would a public hearing just be forgotten? And so we've had some enhanced
Right.
discussions about redundancy.
And I too am a slave to sticky notes at times and far from, perfection. And I appreciate that, but I I don't appreciate the fact that people who are developing come in and assume they're going to take a right-of-way that I think we would be responsible if we maintained for future planning. I think it would be a good idea for us to preserve some of that. So, thank you. And thank you for taking responsibility, and I don't mean to blame you. You're doing plenty of blaming yourself, so enough of that. But what did the town of Southern Pines get for waiving that right-of-way? The answer is nothing. That's it. That's all I have to say.
I move to approve RA-01-25, resolution of intent to vacate right-of-way.
Was there a second? Second. All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Director Grieve, will you also include at the 8/12 meeting a copy of this map when we actually make the motion?
Mayor, absolutely.
Okay, now on to considering renaming the pool park to J. Pleasant Hines Park. Do we have staff making a presentation? No? Okay. I mean, I feel like we have discussed it. We discussed it last month's meeting. I think that we've all seen the petition of making the change, including is it just wind pool or is it a
Just
first
for,
name with
I mean,
it?
could you, just for the public record, I know in the packet, it talks about the public outreach that was attempted since work session until today. I just would, if we could get all that.
Yeah, if
in
you'll
the
summarize that, that would
record.
be really nice. Thank you.
And I think that, yeah, and I think that thanks, Tessie. Yeah. Ms. Roth, I think too that this is a new addition to consider in regard to the basketball court that
Named. Yep.
named immediately when it was put in. Yeah. And just, right. And just for the record, Robbie Calloway has raised millions of dollars for Boys and Girls Clubs across the country, has known every president for years and years, has spent some time in the Oval Office, is an astonishingly gifted and valuable member of Moore County. And he and his wife, Sue, do a lot behind the scenes, and it's really great that this was acknowledged. And Nancy Lieberman is amazing. She has 130 of these courts across the nation, and they're very good friends with Nancy, so that's great.
Ours is one of two in North Carolina.
And ours is one of two in North Carolina. Is the other one in Charlotte? That's what I thought, yeah. So extraordinary. And we have that because the Callaways settled in Carthage and wanted to put a court here. So kudos to them.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Roth. I'm one of the two assistant town managers, and the Parks and Recreation Department and Communications are within my area that I work with. So I've been working on the renaming and rebranding of our town parks and facilities and greenways. And so we started to have this discussion about a year ago when we received funding for our first phase of branding. And during that time, we started talking about, did it make sense to consider some names for some of these parks? And at that time, we discussed Pool Park and kind of agreed to push pause and revisit it at the time when we were ready to order some of those signs. So that time has now come. And we had a discussion at the June work session with council. They reviewed some name options that were linked to some of those places and people and connections that Ms. Taylor represented. And there was consensus that naming the park in honor of J. Pleasant Hines, who was the first mayor of Incorporated West Southern Pines, would be a nice tribute to this park. So in that work session about 3 weeks ago, staff was tasked with informing the community of the intent to rename the park. And so we met together, the communications staff and Parks and Recreation, and came up with a plan. We felt like there were two goals that we wanted to advance in this directive that we had received. One was just generally to inform the community, And then two, we wanted to ask the community to help us with this honor and this tribute and gather stories and pictures and other information about Mayor Hines. So in order to advance those two things, we've done a number of different things to help get word out about that. We have an Engage Southern Pines site, which is a microsite within our website, and it is currently live, and it talks about our initiative, and there's a discussion board and things like that where people can take place. We published a news release, and we appreciate the Pilot for their article on June 24th, and the Sandhill Sentinel also had one on July 2nd. We posted a flyer and news release on our website, including an update on the homepage. We also posted flyers at the pool and at various areas around town. And then we used social media, including several what we called kind of way back Wednesday posts to highlight the history and some interesting photos and stuff like that. So we wanted to take kind of a multi-platform approach over the past 3 weeks. Through Zen City, which is a tool that we use for a variety of different ways, but it helps us to monitor what they call discourse in the community, and it's online discourse. And really what that comes down to is comments that the community is saying about the town of Southern Pines, about our parks, about our services, all kinds of different things. And that can be on our official or unofficial channels. And so we used that to help us make sure that we were kind of following and tracking some of this feedback. And generally, we were getting positive feedback about the name change and about naming it in honor of Mayor Hines. We did see among that discourse the suggestion that Mr. Nguyen be highlighted as well. In response to that, our staff has actually been in touch with Mr. Nguyen's daughter, Latanya Nguyen. She lives in Florida, and we've had some direct communication back and forth with her, and she's shared the news article that Ms. Taylor mentioned and some other information to help us get some of those pieces. So in summary, we feel like we're really grateful to see the number of people that came out tonight from the neighborhood. This shows that they're not only actively engaging, but hopefully that our communication techniques were successful. And we feel like J. Pleasant Hines continues to be the right name based on the consensus. We do support naming the pool after Mr. Nguyen. And we would like to continue that with some, whether it's interpretive signage and information on our website. So we would love, to continue working with those of you who have information, pictures, that type of thing, because that will only make our efforts that much better. So you can reach out either to me or to Courtney Heaton, our communications specialist. So that is our recommendation after the work we've done over the past few weeks. And I'm happy to answer any questions or give more details.
So for the pool, at some point, I would just like to see a reimagining of the signage, because the Joe Richard Nguyen pool at J. Pleasant Hines Park, it's just going to be it's a lot going on. So you'll just, I don't know, run through some redesign options on that. I think it'd be appreciated. But as far as Ms. Taylor, you all want the full name, Joe Richard Nguyen, on the pool? Yes. Okay. Okay. What did he go by? Joe. Okay. Joanne. But you want to include Richard? Okay.
It can be the Joe Nguyen Park, that would be fine.
Okay.
Because I understand the signage piece.
Yeah.
And the name, but we'd like to have it.
Okay. And maybe even on the pool sign, instead of including J. Pleasant Hines Park, just maybe it's Joe Nguyen Pool or Joe Richard Nguyen Pool at Hines Park. I don't know, something that shortens it in a way that.
And honestly,
Delete
I
the
mean,
at Hines Park.
graphically and just,
Yeah. Actually, that's
I don't even know that we would maybe even put Hines
Make it,
Park. Maybe it's just
clean
Joe
it,
Nguyen
yeah,
Pool.
take the J. Pleasant Hines Park off
yeah.
of it and just do the Coach Nguyen, basically.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
It's busy.
It's
It's just a lot of words, a lot of names, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
See that, even if, I mean, the way I envisioned it, simply would it be the J. Pleasant Hines Park, and then have maybe, you know how they have the smaller signs around the.
Right.
The.
Oh, and then have a sign for the pool. Yep.
Yeah, did Joe win?
Yep. I think the other concern that staff had brought up before is part of the reason that we're trying to have the signage very clear with addresses is if there's an emergency and they need to find an address, it's really clear what it is.
Yeah, and this is actually a very critical site for that because there are actually two different addresses,
Entrances.
Which is so important for a pool. It has the Stevens Street address while the park itself is Henley Street. And that's all tied into the 911 system. So that's another goal in our rebranding and signage effort is to get good addresses. And
Yeah, if
So.
I might, our conversation centered around the fact that we wanted perpetually for people to understand how these pieces come together.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
and that, you gotta have the aesthetics have to be there to do that.
Yep.
So if it means that there is a plaque or a brick or whatever there to identify the park as the Joe Wynn pool, the signage is already there for the basketball court.
Yep.
So that's kind of what the heart of our intent is.
Okay. So I think tonight I'm looking for a motion to formally adopt the name change with the addition of some version of Joe Richard Wynn Pool, either Joe Wynn Pool or full Joe Richard Wynn Pool. Or Joe R. Wynn. Does that work? Okay.
That would work, yes.
Okay. Do you need, Ms. Roth, do you need more specific or is a motion that says some version of Joe Richard Wynn, which could be Joe R. Wynn?
It would
or Joe
be
Richard
helpful to us to clarify exactly what, because we have, for example, renamed this building we're in to the E.S. Douglas Center. So it would be helpful so that expectations are clear.
Okay. All right, so right now I'm looking for a motion to formally adopt the name change as discussed at our June 24th work session just for the park to begin with.
I make a motion that we change the name of Pool Park to the Joe Pleasant Hines Park. J Pleasant Park. My bad. J Pleasant Park. Well, I'm just gonna go.
It's okay.
I'm gonna go get
Meetings
some
don't
caffeine
normally
in the
start
break.
until 6, so
Okay.
we're going to have it
All
started
right,
really
I'm gonna
soon.
kick it in gear. No, I don't want sugar. No Skittles. That won't help. Change the name to the J Pleasant Hines Park.
Second.
Second that.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then I would like another motion.
I make a motion that we name the pool the Joe R. Wynn Pool.
I second that.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you guys so much. Again, Deborah, thank you for working with the community on getting those things together. Okay.
Clearly, I need a short.
All right, why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? We will come back at 6:05 to start our public hearings.
Now, they may not want to, they may not get it out.
If everyone can find their seats, we're going to try to get restarted.
If I need anything, I'm going to come back.
Okay, welcome back to the meeting. We're moving into our public hearings. We're going to start with legislative hearings. And one of the items has both legislative and evidentiary, so we'll sort of blend those two. But first, we have the Planning Department administrative fee update, which we've discussed at length. And we have Director Grieve, it looks like, presenting. I'm opening the public hearing.
Is there any, for a, Attorney McCarley, for a public hearing for this, an opportunity for public comment under state statute, would that require a motion to open the public hearing? Okay,
I just
thank
did
you.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh, you were questioning my authority to open.
I'm sorry.
He didn't really take authority, just necessity. Oh, he streamlined things.
Thank you, Reagan. Good cover, Reagan. Good evening, members of council. BJ Grieve with the Town of Southern Pines Planning Department. I have before you this evening on the agenda a draft ordinance to adopt new administrative fees for the planning department. Those fees reflect the current fees with an increase of 22.9%, which reflects the increase in costs according to the Consumer Price Index from 2019 to 2024. That's a 5-year period. The last time our fees were updated was 2019. As everyone knows, there have been quite a few annual inflation rates between then and now that have been pretty substantial. Our office started this process quite a while ago by actually going through and conducting a detailed analysis that I have shared with you at previous work sessions, wherein we looked at the actual average cost of reviewing different types of applications. I've shared those data with you, had good long discussions about that, and in fact, what those data show is that our current fee schedule from 2019 recovers approximately just under 50% of our average actual cost of conducting all the different types of development approval reviews that our office does. Now, there's a community discussion that can take place, a policy decision to be made about what's an appropriate amount of cost in conducting those reviews to recover from the applicant versus what's an appropriate cost for the public to pick up, because conducting those reviews and providing public hearings is a service to the public. What I can say is, as you know, after many discussions, we came back around to the current fee schedule does offer different levels of recovery, cost recovery based on different applications, and the discussion wound up coming back around to the current fee schedule as an appropriate amount. So now I'm back to where I started, which is the adjusted fee schedule in front of you for your consideration, and ordinance, the draft ordinance is in front of you. It's 3137. What it does reflect is a 22.96% increase. There are also some highlights we've discussed, which is a 50% discount for conditional zoning applications if you are within an adopted character district. And with that, the current recovery under the current fee schedule is just under 50% of costs. With the proposed fee increases to reflect CPI, the new percentage will be that we will be recovering just under 60% of our total average cost across all of our applications. So it will increase what we're recovering, but it will increase it from 50% to 60% recovery.
And just to be clear, the 50% discount, if it's within the character districts, is something that the character districts hopefully soon will be implemented to include West Southern Pines and historic portion of downtown Southern Pines?
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, the character district covers all
larger.
of the, you might say, the downtown grid. And so, yes, it's downtown plus West Southern Pines. So great new design projects that use conditional zoning that we get to collaborate on design with. You've seen a few, you have a few more coming. Those would, under this, once the character districts are adopted, would receive a 50% discount, just as a way to demonstrate, sometimes that money is significant, sometimes it's not, but really what it is, it's a significant way to show the public that the use of conditional zoning is important to the town.
I think that's good. Are there questions for Director Grieve?
I just want to say I think it's perfect.
Hold on.
Don't die.
Pull that recording and save it for you.
Meme for the books. I just want to say I think it's perfect.
Are there any other questions or discussion?
I'll make it, or do you need to do public comment?
Yes, if I can provide time for public comment, that would be great.
Absolutely.
All right, is there anyone from the public who would like to discuss the changes to the administrative fees? It's an exciting topic. All right. Seeing none, I do want to say a quick thank you, which I think I did last month as well when we discussed it, for the time that our staff has put into this, specifically your department, Director Grieve. You all have used an abundance of caution as we are adjusting these fees and finding the balance of what's fair to our customers and to our citizens as we work towards really the best outcome for the town and its character. So thank you very much. Now, if there is a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance 3137 to update the administrative fees as
Second.
presented tonight.
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
The most perfect thing about it is that we did not go line by line, and you all don't know how perfect that is. 'cause that would have
And
been-
it actually cleans up the fee schedule too, so it's not as many items.
It's so great.
It's very good.
So, thank you. Huge effort.
Okay, moving on, we have, did I close the hearing before we voted? I did, right? I'm waiting for the attorney to shake his head. Everyone's shaking their head yes, so yes, I closed the hearing, all right. All right, so now we'll open the hearing, Z-03-25, Hale Street Cottages.
All right, good evening, everybody. James Bravo, Southern Pines Planning Department, and I'll be presenting to you all the staff analysis on the Hale Street Cottages Conditional Zoning District, formerly known as Village Walk. If you all recall, 2 months ago, at the Maytown Council meeting, you reviewed a project, looked on this property, looked kind of similar, a little different. But you'll recall the applicant came forward and citing some economic feasibility issues and quite a few public comments, planning board comments from the plan resolution. They need to make a lot of revisions to their plan. So now we have Hill Street Cottages, which intends to rezone from office services to RM1 and produce 10 single-family detached units and 12 townhomes, all sharing a common access drive. One logistical note I want to mention first, we're doing the legislative hearing now. Once we close that, and if and how you'll decide to approve it, we'll then move into the evidentiary hearing, which will be the preliminary plat, which goes through its own quasi-judicial process. We just make sure that that matches the conditional zoning, matches the criteria, and move forward. All right. And actually first, and with that, I just want to say just a good thanks to Trevor and Travis working with us on this project. They've done a great job of actually listening to the public, to the planning board, makes it something so it works for their purposes. It matches with community character, matches the character district, and it really is a balance and what conditional zoning really can achieve. So I thank you all for that. It's been a great process working with them through it. So Hill Street Cottages is located in between Southwest Service Road and South Hill Street, just next to that Days Inn. Zoned OS, Office Services, as I mentioned. So in the West Southern Pines overlay, the Highway Corridor overlay, and the High Quality Watershed. You'll notice from your condition number 2 that the High Quality Watershed, that exemption allocation will grant it with that second condition. And that's the previous plan, you recall, the Village Walk design. It had a few condos, a lot more pavement, a few single-family detached, all 2-story. But when the applicant did a deeper dive into the financial side of this, it just wasn't going to work. And they did want to make a good faith effort and listen to what their feedback was from the planning board. And so they came up with the Hill Street Cottages design that you see here. I'm going to go through the high points of the conditions as they go through. I'm not going to hit everything. Please feel free to stop me at any point along the way if you have any questions. But I'll get into the first topic, which is those single-family detached homes. They're going to have those reduced setbacks that you see there, and at least 4 of those 10 are going to be that 1.5-story as opposed to the 2-story. That was not something they committed to the first time. So now this time that's a little bit closer to the West Southern Pines character. That's what the public, that's what the planning board communicated. So they have committed to at least those 4 out of the 10. So there is some variety in the home types as you move down South Hill Street. And they will generally follow these architectural renderings. You'll notice in the conditions that it says they'll generally follow. That doesn't necessarily mean like the material structure, like those bricks that you see on the foundation, but they will generally follow it. They are closer to the West Southern Pines Character District, which does look for that traditional grid pattern, preserving the mature tree canopy, and then smaller lots, more lower profile homes, and things of that nature. And for the townhomes, so you'll see there's also some slightly reduced setbacks in addition to the 50-foot highway corridor
Can I go
setback
back, sorry,
and buffer.
can you go back to, will those, you said those will forward face Hale Street, so instead of like before where it was the back facing Hill? Is that-
Correct, yeah, so those front doors will face Hill Street.
Okay.
And the townhomes will have those setbacks with a 50-foot setback from Southwest Service Road. You'll notice from the conditions, though, there are differences between the 2 sets of buildings. The units 11 through 16 on the northeastern side, they are going to exceed the RM1 standard. It can go up to 45 feet tall with 3 stories, with the option of that first story being a garage. That's different from 17 through 22 with 2 stories and a 40-foot height. And staff find this to be reasonable and a good, efficient use of space. You'll notice there's a lot less room to work with for 11 through 16. There's also that change in elevation. So when units 11 through 16, you're moving down the highway and you're looking at both, they have that more congruent appearance.
James, excuse me, on this situation where you have units 3 stories and 2 stories, 2 stories would be 1 unit, 2 stories, 1 unit, 3 stories, or is that 1 unit on each story?
The 1 unit would be the first and the second story. So like 17 through 22, the first one you see there, they're going to have a ground floor and a second floor.
2 units.
1 unit.
1 unit.
Right, yes.
So the blue ones is 6 units, 6,
Correct, 6 units.
not 18.
Correct, right.
And the six units in the blue are, some of those are 1.5 stories. So there's some variation in height there.
That just only applies to the single-family detached units.
It's only single-family, okay, got it. Okay.
Right. So the 10 units that are along
On
Hale Street.
Okay, thank you.
Right. And then again, the townhomes will generally follow the provided renderings that you have in your packet. Again, not necessarily the like stone you see in this image, but they'll generally reflect that design.
Yeah, how comfortable are you with the language generally follow?
Comfortable. I think it would be enhancing at least to have some sort of durable materials like brick we see very commonly in West Southern Pines. I think that would really enhance it. I don't think it's essential.
Well, there's an image attached, right?
Correct.
So you have a character image, and so generally looking like these images it is a little bit subjective, but
We're also talking about 6 units being attached, not just 2, right? Like all 11 through 17, or whatever it is, are 6 different townhome units that will all be attached.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so and this is just 2, right?
Right,
Okay. But so similar to that, but 3 times as long.
correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, so it's,
I have trouble with, in the past, we've been given drawings, and then what is actually built looks nothing like the drawings, and I worry about wiggle language, and if it's generally consistent with it, or whatever you said, I'm sorry, I should have written that down, but if it's generally consistent, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that, like we're going to need some generally consistent police. And that's going to be really subjective. Councilman Goodman is right. So, so I'm looking for a lack of wiggle room.
does it come back to us for architectural compliance, or is this it?
It would be administrative. It goes to building permit. Yes, ma'am.
let me stay on this, what we were just talking about. So the actual condition in the exhibit says, generally reflect the architectural style shown in the included elevation. So it references these images.
Right.
But give me a scenario or the outcome of when a building plan comes that your department deems is not generally consistent. What happens?
If it came through and it was a giant vertical steel box and didn't have any windows and looked absolutely nothing like this.
Or just, I mean, it doesn't have to be an extreme difference, just not generally consistent with what the character images is. What do you do?
Generally follow the rule of tie goes to the runner. If it's marginal, if it's a gray area and it generally follows this, we generally defer to the private property rights. If we can clearly make a very logical argument that this does not follow anything like that, then we'll tell them to come back with something different.
So just a heads up to Trevor then, I'm guessing would be you. I'm going to ask you the same question. Once you talk with us about what is your understanding of generally consistent, that's going to be so great, and I'm going to appreciate you so much when you do that. And I do want to say, completely out of order, that I appreciate how well you all have listened. Thank you for that. I've spent some time on Hale Street, and you have heard concerns, and you have addressed them, and I thank you for that. I don't want to have I don't have ongoing battles, is my concern. So thank you in advance for clearing that up for us, and we can take James off the hot seat.
James, I know you
Well, I will
haven't
defer to
finished your
them.
presentation yet. I was flipping through the packet. There isn't an illustration for the 3-story townhomes. Is it generally like what we're looking at here with the 2-story, or?
You're correct, there's not. There's not
Okay.
an example with the garage unit attached. And the applicant has not provided that, but if we see that come in, we would still look for the generally, hey, this is generally term, but generally the same look that we're looking at.
Right. And the 45-foot exception for units 11 to 16 are units that overlook US 1.
Yes.
They do not overlook Hale Street.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Hale Street height is limited to 40, and 4 of those 10 are a story and a half. So there's some break and there's some articulation among those houses.
Yes, that
Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was something that came specifically from the planning board, was limiting Hale Street to 1.5.
It was.
Okay.
They highlighted that the applicant wanted to do variation like that, but we did not have that written condition, and now we do.
Were you present when I'm assuming, of course you were present when the planning board discussed this?
Elena Millette had the file at
Elena
that
was
point.
handling it, okay.
And I've since taken it.
Okay.
And looking at that, I'm maybe jumping to the next one. I think I am. So just stop me if this isn't right. But there's only one access now off Service Road, no more Hale access.
Correct, yes.
And it almost is like a shared sort of, it's not an alleyway, but the backs of all the units sort of share that drive.
I'll go back to the plain site plan. The main access you see is Southwest Service Road, and I'll walk up. Accesses Southwest Service Road right here. You've got parking for the townhomes, one each on this internal side, more townhome parking here, and then either the garages or surface parking on this side. And then each of these 10 units will access from the rear as well. So there won't be any provided two of the spaces along South Hill Street though.
Current Hale Street, like, I imagine they probably don't want that whole part filled with front parking. There's not room for parking on Hale Street, is there? It's like a 2-lane. Okay.
There isn't any striping along that side
Okay.
that I'm aware of at all.
Because I know they just probably don't want to clog that whole front with, they will all access and only use the back. Okay.
Correct, yes. Each house should be allotted to, or is allotted to parking spaces,
Okay.
and none of those two are along South Hill Street. Thank you.
Okay, but there are 2 parking spots for each of those houses.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just can't see them on there, right?
They'll be provided internal to the actual parcel.
For the houses that front Hale Street, the parking is in back of the house because you enter from the service road. Just stop me if I'm messing up here. You enter from the service road. And there's parking, there are 2 spaces for each one of the houses that face Hale Street. So those houses, in your mind, with the wishes of the current residents being heard, create more neighborhood on the other side of the road and not a lot of extra cars.
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Those will all have,
Come up to the microphone, or you can come up right now if you'd like, if
That'd be-
Mr. Broadwell is finished. Yeah, I just don't want you to speak and then there's no record because everyone on YouTube, all of our fans can't hear you.
what a
don't have
disappointment
any.
to them, I'm sure. The houses.
Do name-
By
do
the way,
name.
I'm Travis Green. I own Legacy Construction, and I'm also managing partner for More HL Properties, the developer. So the houses along Hill Street, for some of you that are in attendance, you've seen the houses that we built on West Iowa here recently. They'll be very similar in concept to those. They'll have detached garages in the rear of them. We also built the cottages on May and Southern Pines. This concept is influenced by that. So the way on Cottages on May has that rear alleyway that you'll access your garages, this in essence is solving that same issue. So you will have detached garages in the rear of all of these. There will be 0 parking on Hill Street. There will be no driveways on Hill Street. Everything will be accessed off of Service Road to get into the back of it. And each one of those houses will have 2 parking places to serve those. Does that clarify that a little bit?
Right, so it's either open parking or some of the structures have garages and
It could have a 2-car garage that's detached. It could have a 1-car garage with a carport. It could be just open space parking. And what we're really looking for is a variety.
Okay.
We want that. We want this to feel and look like something that was built originally, and we've just come in and remodeled it.
Okay.
We want it to fit like the neighborhood. We want it to kind of stay as similar as humanly possible.
Okay. And while we have you here, talk to me about your understanding of generally consistent, which is not the right term, but it's close.
So can you go back to that rendering?
Reflective, is that it?
That one. So I'll explain first why we ask for generally.
in an effort for this, from a developer and a builder, cost is first and foremost what we're trying to control in this. For us to get the architecture just right as a representation for you guys, it would be a great cost to come in and get that architecture done ahead of time, with a huge risk of not knowing if that is something that would even be approved or if we wanted changes.
Understand.
So that's why we're coming up and kind of saying, this is the image of kind of what we're looking for. Generally it's going to be that same shape as, I think one of you guys pointed out, it is 6 units, not just the 2. So it'll be this repeated connectedly as throughout. The windows may change a little bit. They may not be black. They could be white. It may be a different grille pattern than what's on there. Where you've got 2 windows, could possibly be 1 window that's a little bit shorter, or 2 windows that are a little bit shorter. But the general image, shape, is what we're going for off of that. The stone could be a little bit different. The siding could be a little bit different. But it's just this in nature is what we're going for.
Could we request variation? So because it's going to be this times 3, could we request variation between those so that it's not literally this times 3?
You could.
Whatever it is, just so it doesn't look like one giant copy paste, copy
Yeah,
paste, copy paste.
and you can do that in colors. You can still keep the same form, but change it up in colors, change it up in material, so it looks more like a row house almost.
Yeah,
You could easily accomplish that with this same
okay.
architecture.
And
We'd
you would
happy to
be
do that.
comfortable, I'm assuming, since you've offered these images up, you would be comfortable with these images being made part of the record, and with us understanding that you were going to be generally reflective of what was in the record then?
100%.
They've offered it as a condition.
Right, I understand. No, yeah.
And so generally reflect also applies to the single family, to those images too, correct?
It does.
Mr. Broadwell, did we interrupt your presentation?
I have a few more, but that's perfect.
Okay, why don't you continue, and then we'll put Travis back up.
Just throughout is good.
Okay.
The next one was highway buffers. So you'll notice the 50-foot required buffer and the side buffers, but do you see that yellow hash line 20 feet in width that circumvents 3 of the 4 sides? That's a 20-foot sewer easement. Can't plant anything much at all in the sewer easement. So what the applicant has done is a couple of the conditions, 22 and 24, they're going to do wildflowers, native grasses in that, and the remaining 30 feet will be according to the UDO's buffer planting standards. Not ideal. US 1's allowed. We want as much buffer as possible between those townhome residents and as well as sightlines coming down the highway. But I appreciate making the best that they can, doing the grasses and wildflowers in there as well. With 50 feet, 30 of which being at that buffer rate, that is still a pretty significant barrier. Construction traffic. Another point that came from the planning board and the public was concerns about a lot of construction along South Hale Street. So number 15 says that unless it must interface with the South Hale Street detached homes, all construction traffic will access through that Southwest Service Road. There's another one we appreciate there.
So I want to back up for 1 second to 24. Agree, understand, I've got it marked on my notes here. The buffer areas within the utility easements may be revegetated with, okay, first of all, may concerns me. I'd like to scratch that and have that be will. And maybe revegetated with native wildflower seed mix. And my note to myself is, who does this? And obviously, it's a developer who does this. But I want to say will instead of may. It's not like I'm going to give you permission, but it's like I want to assure constituents that that's going to happen. And I think it's a really cool way to deal with the fact that you've got restrictions as far as the utility easement goes. So, thank you.
Seems like an annual thing too.
Well, it depends on what wildflowers you put in there, whether they're perennials or annuals.
We'll need to get
You're on, we can hear you.
We'll need to get the applicant to agree on the record to that change.
Okay.
What number was that?
That's number 24
On page 76.
on page 46 of mine, but that's okay. We're good. Oh, that's okay. I think and this is so redundant. This is in the packet 3 times.
All right, I'll keep moving to the next one, that's all right?
This is probably historically the most interrupted anyone's ever been, so thank you. You're being a good sport.
It's actually better to go to talk through it kind of as we go, I think.
Thanks.
This next one is kind of unique. I appreciate this one a lot. It's on the mature tree preservation. You notice in the aerial photos on the side, you got a lot of mature trees, especially along South Hill Street right there, I'll note. And what this condition says is that any trees don't interfere with building footprints, access, utilities, and essential site grading shall be preserved. And that will be delineated at site plan review as well. And that's really going to save a lot, especially along South Hill Street. We're not going to have the sidewalk that was there before, the fence that was there before, and we're not going to have anything besides just the utilities that are going to come through those front yards for the most part. Internal to the site, you've got a lot of large, pretty large diameter trees that, and then where those fall in like the backyards, for instance, like those are going to be saved, and all of that can be delineated and figured in the fine details during site plan review.
Okay. Good.
And then just a couple final points. Stormwater control, you'll notice, I think it was condition number 15. They have some unique aspects to this. They've got some swales, some rain gardens, a couple small ponds on site. And then all of that will ultimately connect to a 30-inch pipe that is on Southwest Service Road, and then a 36-inch pipe on US 1. So no concerns from staff on stormwater there for sure. You have noticed 2 conditions that talked about accessory dwelling units. And this is actually a really good point for the applicant to have brought up, especially for those detached homes on the northeastern side. Without these conditions specifying this, that might be very challenging to do them at all. As we're going through the missing middle housing project and trying to make ADUs more permissible, this makes a lot of sense. What they do is they let the ADUs encroach 10 feet into the rear setback. There's a height restriction if you do encroach into that, and then 1 added parking space internal to that private property line would be added as well. But this fits well into the comprehensive plan policy of missing middle housing, so staff see no issues with that at all. And then last note I mentioned earlier, watershed protection permit does come with condition number 2. This plan, Hill Street Cottages plan, is down from 58% to 52.8%, so less pervious surface as well in total. Those are my high points. Overall, staff absolutely recommend approval with the conditions as written, with the 1 note adding that 1 change, number 24. But
Right.
once,
And I would actually yield to the attorney as to whether I should suggest the word will or shall.
I prefer shall,
I thought you might.
and we'll get him when he gets up.
Okay, right, we'll see if he's okay with that. And I would also like a notation on that shall be done by the applicant, not by the town. I want it to be clear that it doesn't really say who's going to do that, so I suppose it does just as an overall condition.
Yeah.
So I suppose we're covered, but I'm just
just that
looking for
they'll plan them
wiggles.
prior to CO.
Yeah. Don't think Travis is going to try to wiggle
All
it.
of the conditions are on the applicant, not the town.
Okay.
For you, I just want to say again, I really appreciate their willingness to really make this project much closer to the comp plan, much closer to the Western Pines Character District. And it really has been a unique just collaboration in finding a project that works for them, works for the community, and it achieves and is cognizant of 2 really important comprehensive plan priorities. So
Yeah,
Thanks,
hats off to
Travis and
you,
Trevor, for
and
that.
hats off to them especially, and thank you to everybody for listening, to the constituents who live there. Has anybody had any, and maybe we'll hear from somebody from the public who it lives in close proximity to this, but has anybody had any insights as a result of the recent flooding? I have concerns about stormwater as a result of the recent flooding and the impact it may have had on that particular land. Okay, I'll ask that question again later. I expect I'll hear from the public.
Mr. Broadwell, as I ask Mr. Green to include variation in the architectural design, is that something that you all feel comfortable adding into condition 11?
I do. Which changes specifically?
I think I would like to see, and you all will administratively approve the architecture, but I'd I'd like to see that when there are 6 units that are all attached, that they're not cookie cutter exactly the same, that there is some variation among those 6.
So I'd probably leave out the number 6 and just say the attached units.
So that's fine. You all feel comfortable rewording that, and we can run it by the applicant.
Yes, and then when they come up, get them to commit to that as well.
Okay. All right,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Okay.
Do you all have any other questions for staff right now, or can we move over to the applicant?
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council, mayor, to the town manager and the town staff. My name is Trevor Hansen. I'm with V3 Companies, formerly Coons Jones Design. Here on behalf of the applicant, Maury Chell Properties, we're the land planners and landscape architects. So quickly wanted to talk about the change in name and what we were thinking and why we decided to change the name of the project. We took the feedback from the town, understanding that Village Walk, and we were in agreement that that name didn't really fit West Southern Pines. However, we wanted to not just we wanted to rename it for the purposes of entitlements. Looking forward, we're not looking to name the community anything, and we've also addressed the concerns that they had about the sign. We're doing away with the sign completely, and just hoping that these lots just blend in with the existing neighborhood. And so the name Hill Street Cottage is just for the purpose of entitlement. Go ahead, next slide, please. Or did I just push it? Use the arrow on the bottom right. There we go. All right.
So it's my understanding that there will be no sign whatsoever on Hale Street.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, no signage on the property, period.
No sign on the property, period.
Yep.
And that the name that you are offering up, just as far as entitlement is, of the property, is Hale Street Cottages. Is that right?
Yes, for the purposes of this rezoning hearing,
Right.
and then also the site plan review process. So,
Well, I say to you, thank you and thank you. You've taken all my questions. Go ahead.
good.
Removed the fencing that was on Hale Street, right? Okay.
Yep, we have removed that.
And
A
flip
little
that.
bit further into my presentation, I'll kind of address all the
Okay, we'll let you get there
concerns that the
then.
planning board had.
Sorry.
I kind of go list by list.
Okay, thank you.
James covered a lot of them, but I'll go through that. So brief overview, we've talked about where the site is located, just off Highway 1 and adjacent to Hell Street. Kind of buzzing through here. Current zoning is OS, rezoning with conditions to RM1. Here's some images of the site. Obviously, it's heavily vegetated. Kind of what prompted us to redo the plan with a little bit less impactful site development. Discussion items, I'm just going to quickly go over the comprehensive plan because that kind of beyond what the residents came out on the planning board and expressed their concerns about, it was also the comprehensive plan which drove a lot of our decisions on why we wanted to change this plan. So I'll talk about why we redesigned the project, why we're doing conditional rezoning. Number 4, how we address the planning board's concerns and the constituents' concerns. I'll go over the new proposed site plan, talk about the circulations and traffic associated with the new plan. Briefly go over the architectural character. It looks like we've covered a lot of that already. Number 8, talk about how we're blending it with the surrounding neighborhood. And then I'll go through the conditions list by list and kind of answer any questions you guys have. All right, so quickly to talk about the comprehensive plan, this area is located in a area categorized as areas to enhance. It is also categorized as neighborhood within the comprehensive plan. And it's within the West Southern Pines character district as well. So kind of what drove a lot of our decisions on to redesign this plan had to do with providing missing middle housing options. I know that that's a major goal of the comprehensive plan, and the council and the town staff is to provide these more attainable housing options, smaller scale style homes, more traditional kind of historic multifamily options, townhomes being one of those. Even though the single-family detached cottages are not technically a part of missing middle housing, we do feel that the smaller footprints, smaller lots, share a lot of similarities with those. In the comprehensive plan, the West Southern Pines District calls for single-family detached small lots and townhomes, both of which we are providing with this revised plan. The single-family detached homes are on smaller lots where we've asked for reduced side setbacks and rear and front setbacks to allow for a tighter grid pattern of home reflective of traditional neighborhoods of the past. And then townhomes, which would be attached, single-family attached homes, in this case, blocks, 2 blocks of 6. Here is a side-by-side comparison of the previous site plan and the updated site plan. I think right off the bat, you can tell how much site infrastructure was on the previous plan. We did feel like the previous plan was a thoughtful plan, but maybe it wasn't really fit for this type of site in this part of Southern Pines. And so we ran some site development costs kind of during the time period between the planning board and when we were supposed to go on to the hearing for the council in May. And we got some site development costs back, some preliminary numbers, and we just realized that it probably wasn't feasible. And the only way we would have been able to proceed with that plan is to either significantly increase the cost of the units or sacrifice quality, neither of which we wanted to do, neither of which anything that Travis wanted to do. We wanted to stay in line with the comprehensive plan. We wanted to provide more attainable options. And so we decided to take the comments that the constituents had, the planning board had, take those comments and address them, and also provide a site plan that would reduce those development costs so that we could provide homes and units that are more attainable to prospective homeowners and home buyers. Why conditional zoning? We've kind of covered some of the reasons why we're doing this. We are asking for some reduced development standards and deviations from those standards. I think the unique kind of, if we were to go back and kind of show the unique conditions of the site, being surrounded on 3 sides with the utility easement kind of reduces the buildable footprint of where you can put both the site features and the buildings. And so we wanted to make the development work on this type of site, we would need to kind of request those deviations to the standards. So here is the list of concerns that the planning board had during the hearing back in April. Number 1, retaining the existing trees along the highway corridor overlay buffer. And a little bit further into the presentation, I'll discuss the condition that addresses that concern. Number 2 was the fence that was on Hale Street that you brought up, Mayor. We have removed that from the site plan, so that is no longer something we are proposing. The homes facing away from Hale Street. So we have addressed that with this new site plan. So the 10 lots that are facing Hale Street, the homes will be front facing towards Hale Street with a rear access with a shared driveway. Number 4 was the commitment to some 1.5-story homes. We again have addressed this with a condition. 4 out of the 10 lots facing Hale Street would need to be the 1.5-story architecture. Number 5, the monument sign on the Southwest Service Road. As I discussed earlier, there will be no signage on site at all. And then also the project name, which I've talked about earlier. The side yard buffer plantings, we have also addressed that with a condition that I'll discuss later. Looping the water line, the utility services, we will be pulling utility feeds off of the existing infrastructure, so there will be no need for us to loop any new water lines. It'll all be feeding off either the service road for the townhomes or Hale Street for the single-family detached. Existing water pressure, I was actually able to talk to the engineer on the project, DNL Engineering. Lee Humphrey sent me a flow test that was done in April of 2024 for the service road. And the range on that fire flow was 1,900 to 2,800 gallons per minute. We have not done any flow tests on Hale Street, but we will go through that process during site plan review. And then the last one was the quadplex is being for rent. Again, we have removed that from the site plan, and all of the properties that we are showing on the plan are to be purchased by homeowners. They will not, they may be used for rentals if someone wants to buy the property, but we are offering up the lots for sale. So quickly going over the proposed site plan, 10 single-family detached units, lots 1 through 10, facing Hale Street. The 2 to 3 story lots, 11 through 16 on the southeast corner of the site. The townhomes facing the service road. And I wanted to make kind of clarification on that. Our condition specifically talks about we may be allowed to have up to 3 stories. The decision hasn't been exactly made on whether they will be 3-story or 2-story. We just wanted to leave that flexibility. Those townhomes, lots 11 through 16, are on the lowest part of the site. So they are, the height of those buildings do not impact Hale Street. And with us being able to save so much of the existing vegetation on site, those shouldn't be in view from Hale Street. And then lots 17 through 22 will be the 2-story townhome units facing Hale Street. They're accessed by a shared driveway coming off the service road with parking in between the townhome blocks, surface parking, and then parking on the shared driveway. The single-family detached cottages, again, like we had discussed, will have combination of surface parking, garages, carports, all within their lot. They will not be allowed to park on the shared driveway. The single-family detached or single-family attached townhomes, cottages, or townhome lots 17 through 22 will have surface parking, a maximum of 2 spaces. And then lots 11 through 16 will have a combination of surface parking or garages, or any combination of. And if they do have garages, then that's when we would have the 3-story townhomes, where the garage would be attached on the ground floor. And each row, each little block of townhome there basically would be 1 unit, 2 to 3 stories. In total, there are 22 units, which is 7.7 units an acre. Also to note, the open space and buffers on the sides will be HOA maintained and owned. Circulation and traffic, the shared driveway is the only access onto the site is coming off of the Southwest Service Road. This will also serve as the construction entrance during construction of the project. This shared driveway will be either on HOA-owned land or within a access easement. Where the lots cross and meet in the middle of the driveway, that access drive right there will create an easement, an access easement for that drive. Just wanted to quickly show, this is the currently approved site plan that was approved a few years ago where we had 34 units in total. We quickly talked about this during the planning board back in April, where we feel like we've addressed traffic concerns from that previously approved site plan, and we're even having less trips now. So 87 less trips per day with the updated plan of 22 units. Talking about the architectural character again, kind of buzzed through that. This kind of just briefly overviews that the architecture will vary. 2 to 4 bedrooms, square footage 14 to 2,200 square foot. Parking spaces provided with garages, carports, or surface parking on the lots. The single-family attached townhomes, if we want to discuss that again, I think we're fine with the shall. That shall generally reflect, is that, what was the use of the word shall?
Shell went with, in my case, it went with the revegetation.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
And that was number 24.
And then, was this one the?
This one was variation in architecture, number 11.
Sure.
Mayor Clement, when you brought that up, it reminded me very quickly of, as we're talking about the housing project. And one of the incentivized standards we have in there sounds just like that. Travis actually is on the focus group working to craft this as well, so we just talked about it. It's a little on the wordier side because it was intended for that, but I think it hits the intent you're looking for. It reads like this. The single-family attached townhomes shall incorporate depth and variety in articulation and design appearance. Bump outs, porches, changing roof directions, variations in roof line, and/or design characteristics that achieve commensurate depth and design may be used to accomplish this standard. A little long, but
I think that's great. No, it's more than I expected. I think it sounds really good.
Well, it's great. It's also probably not fair to you guys who probably made your budget relative to the fact that you were going to be able to use the same architectural plan. Are you at peace with that, with what he just read? That's going to require,
Yeah, I think we would still be able to use the same floor plan, and the changing the
Yes.
elevation would allow
Right,
that.
and that's one of the reasons why I said we have not gone forward with the architecturals.
right.
We're trying to save that so we get a full comprehensive idea of what you guys are looking for and what the residents are looking for, so we can kind of design off of that. But this boxes us into those characteristics that we have to do, so you don't get the same cookie cutter look
Right.
over and over and over again.
So are you comfortable with the language that James just read?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like this meets the language that James just read.
Language, but it
already.
also allows us
Right.
that variation, so we can take out that generally term that's in there.
Okay.
It kind of still accomplishes what we need from a builder and from a design standpoint. But I think it gives you more protection and gets rid of the vagueness of just what generally means.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you're comfortable with that, I think that language is great, if everybody's on board with that. And that's going to need to, in order to address the mayor's concerns, but I think all of our concerns as far as some variation, we're going to need to rewrite a condition.
I think condition 11, that's the new 11, right?
Yes, ma'am, and
The only thing that I don't know that it addresses is, and I may be wrong, but I feel like when I listened to the mayor, it wasn't just about articulation. It was also about building siding, color, that type stuff. And I don't know that that meets that. Maybe it does.
we, and the real genesis of this was to make it so it does look, there is variation, there is difference, but it gives that flexibility because it has the and/or, so you can more or less pick from multiple options to achieve that variation intent.
Will you reread that?
Absolutely.
Can we read that into the record?
It is the single-family attached townhomes shall incorporate.
You may want to actually read condition 11 as it is presently, and then tack that on to the end, so you get the full effect.
That's great, thank you.
That way we have single-family.
Condition number 11 from your packet is the single-family detached cottages and single-family attached townhomes will generally reflect the architectural style shown in the included elevation exhibits. Period. Adding the single-family attached townhomes shall incorporate depth and variety in articulation and design appearance. Bump outs, porches, changing roof directions, variations in roof line and/or design characteristics that achieve commensurate depth and design may be used to accomplish this standard.
And I guess they may, I think the council may want you to add color in that, in one of those. Am I correct?
Call it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can you add, yeah, just
Sure.
add somewhere in there that, you know, the color or whatever of siding materials.
Articulation, design.
I mean, I think it gives, it's a really broad
Variety and articulation.
And
definition, which is good.
are you willing to strike may and add shall there?
Well, the problem is they're including like 12 different things.
It gives them the option, but it means they have to make an effort. If you do
But they
may,
can't use all 12.
right, they don't have to use all 12.
And we have it in there, so, yeah, it says single-family attached townhomes shall incorporate depth and variety and articulation, design, appearance, and color.
I think the applicant wants to be heard on the issue of color.
Okay.
So, and I'm coming from a different perspective on the color. Being in this committee and we're going through a lot of this stuff, I think color was actually something that we discussed a lot of. While I'm okay with it on this project, I have no problem with that at all. I just think it's a dangerous precedent to put in, because you may get somebody that comes in and wants to paint one of them purple, one of them orange, one of them yellow, so on and so forth. And once it's in there, that's what they have the right to do. It may not be in the best interest of the town. That's all I'm getting at. But for my project, I have zero problems with it. I have 100% faith we're going to do something that fits in with the character of Southern Pines. So that's just kind of food for thought moving forward.
Does having that condition in this project create a like an ongoing problem for this property? To where in the future, if somebody wants to paint their house pink?
I would assume, it's probably for you guys to answer more on the planning side of it, but I would assume that once the condition's in there, it's in there for life, right?
It's private rights, they can paint it.
Right,
Once it's done?
Constructed, I'm not sure we have a whole lot of control over the color.
right, unless,
Will there be an HOA?
yeah, there are HOA rules, and that was something I was going to get to eventually. And can we also fix item number 24 from a may to a shall in regard to the revegetation?
Yes, we're
You're
fine
good
with
with
that.
that? And I'm really concerned about our, quote, 500-year storm that may recreate itself within the next 9 months, who knows? But the stormwater concerns me. It always does, so does sedimentation. Not much I think I can do about it. On your HOA rules that you proposed, you don't address whether or not people can use properties that they own for short-term rentals. It seems like you could control that. Are you willing to have that be mandated that they would not be used as STRs?
I feel like our zoning already handles that.
Yeah, they already wouldn't be allowed in this.
It would be really cool to say that in the HOA nonetheless, just so people don't buy it thinking that it's an investment that then they're going to rent out on Airbnb. I understand that you're saying it's already covered, but in order to just, I think it is, but in order to just be clear that this is not the intent of why you built those properties, it's more to have accessible housing, which I really appreciate. And I also appreciate the way you guys have gone at it.
Before you answer that, I want to hear from our attorney on if we can even consider that as part of our.
I'm not asking that we consider it, I'm asking that it be included as your HOA, which you can do.
We can do that, but we cannot consider if you do or do not. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So whether you say yes or no, we cannot consider that in our decision. Okay.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that is correct.
And I'll say, I'll bring that up with our partnership group. I can say on the record, it is not our intent to build and market these as short-term rentals at all.
Right.
Our intent's really to work with Southern Pines and with the citizens of West Southern Pines to kind of do a collaborative project that fits for all.
And I have to thank you again repeatedly for the fact that you really have gone back to the drawing board and you really have listened to the constituents, and I thank you for that. And I do know that you have the power to put that in your HOA rules. And while I cannot base my decision on that, I surely would appreciate it if you would consider that.
Absolutely.
And then parking for guests, if everybody's in their two spots, is there parking on the street within the neighborhood, or would overflow parking happen on Hale Street? Just point of information. Is there any place to park within, other than the 2 spaces allotted for each unit? No? So,
There's no community parking, but there's also no parking allowed on Hill Street. So I think the idea is, and James and BJ may be able to help out with this, whenever we're talking about 2 spaces per dwelling unit, I think the idea whenever that's written is that it would be very rare, if ever, that all those spaces would be used.
right,
So those are
Understand.
allowing for additional parking to come in.
I would hope. Understand.
But if someone has a party, they can have friends park on Hale Street? Or is it actually no parking on Hale Street?
The way we
Okay.
have it set up, you cannot park on Hill
Okay,
Street.
cool. All right, thank you.
And we're leaving the trees and all that there. so
Right,
there's
that's gonna be
really-
great. Yeah,
There's no
thank you.
room, so it's a natural way to prevent the parking on Hill Street.
Leaving the trees is my favorite part you've done, and taking away the signs, the big signs that were just not fitting with the character of the community is my second favorite thing you've done, so thank you for that. Appreciate it.
And I only have, I'm sorry, you go.
That's fine. I had 2 questions. One dealt with the trees. I have no problem with your number 26, the way you've listed it about mature trees. However, it is, there is an exception, and as you've noted, for, driveways and various things. You have the word grading in there. There have been projects in the past where we had something similar, and they're like, oh, due to the grading and due to this retaining wall, they all had to come out. I'm so sorry. Just while you're up here on public record, note your knowledge to date of the site. Do you genuinely, can you genuinely be assured that, yes, a lot of those trees are going to be kept, and it's not going to be like, oh, we got our site plan, they all got to come out? Sorry.
Well, that's part of why we did it as a shared driveway. And the way we've set everything up too, emergency access was limiting our plan before, getting the fire truck in and out of the site.
Right.
That along the Southwest Service Road is a very steep slope. So now that we only have a private driveway, the fire truck would be on the service road if there was a fire or anything, and they would be servicing off the service road. And this is something we've already showed the plan to Ken Skipper on, and he's seen it. And then the same thing for Hale Street. All emergency access would be off of that street. And so we can get the grades into the site much easier now comparative to the last plan. So.
And thank you. My second question, I don't see anything here about phasing. Are you just doing this all at once?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we.
Yeah, there's no phasing to it. It'll all be done at one time. Not all the building will be built at one time. The building will be based off of just market demand that'll come into it. So I can't guarantee on day one, we're going to start building 12 townhomes and 10 single-family houses, but we'll phase that in. And to your question on the grading, we will be building on grade. So we're not mass grading, we're not building pads.
Gotcha.
We're going to build with the topos that are existing onto the site.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if your Article 4 residential use addresses STRs. I think it may, but anyway, that, I understand the dilemma here, but,
I really only have one question. Village Walk plan showed some interior circulator sidewalks, and the new plan does not. Can you touch on the decision to remove the sidewalks from the interior of the development?
A lot of that was with, again, the cost, the site development costs, and that driving up the cost and value of the lots and the homes. The internal shared driveway is going to be 20 feet in width, which will allow for cars to comfortably drive on that road. And then we anticipate that homeowners living on the within this community would be able to walk along the service driveway and still have cars safely pass And that's why we wanted to have that 20-foot width, is to allow that kind of room for residents. And it being a shared driveway that won't be accessed by the public, traffic will be limited, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so seeing none at this time, I would like to provide opportunity for the public to speak, and then we can have applicant or staff come back up if we have additional questions. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak? Good evening.
My name is Janet McSwain. You need my address?
I believe so,
Yeah,
yes.
Ms. McSwain.
Janet McSwain, 1150 West Low Avenue, Southern Pines, North Carolina. And I've been here in this community all of my life, and I've been in the school system, and I know about change. Change is good. But I do not feel at ease with all of these the direction that this change is coming to my community. We have all of these new homes that's being built over here with, I forgot whether it's 3,000, whatever the price range is for these homes. When I first noticed that about the article in the pilot, and it said 44 homes being built on the west side, that was my fault that I didn't complete the article, because I thought, oh yeah, we have affordable homes over here. That's not what it turned out to be. Gentrification swarmed this community without regard to anything in my standards. Now, even though they said changes have been brought to about these townhouses, now there's another bracket that's being brought up over here on the west side. And it seems to me that the Black community over here is going to mess around in the way it seems with this gentrification and all these townhomes coming in and trying to price us out where we have to move because taxes are going to be so high. And that's all I can see right now. Now, I was here at a meeting before, well, actually, two things. I had a pastor, and he's been away from my church for a while now. And over 10 years, and he said to us in the meeting, at a church meeting, y'all need to go over there to the planning board because after a while, there's going to be no West Southern Pines. And that's exactly what it seems like that's happening right now. I don't know everybody, just because I live here, I don't know their bank account and whatever that they can afford, but I just don't think it's going into a direction. Everybody that's coming here and they're saying they are doing something for the West Side community, it is not benefiting to me in my eyesight what's good for the West Side community, not at all. I had another lady come to me, and I got up and I said the same exact things that I'm saying now about the betterment of the community. Some spots look real good with the new homes. But at the same time, this lady came to me after the meeting. She said, I appreciate what you said. She said, because I went to the planning committee, and she said that she asked somebody, I don't know who that was, but she talked to somebody and said, what's going to happen with to the Black residents over there with all of these new homes being brought up over here on this side of the community? And the price range is what I'm talking about. And whoever this was from the planning committee or board, whatever, said, we hadn't thought about that yet. What does that mean? We hadn't thought about that yet. I'm not at ease. I don't feel good. Now, some people like the changes and whatnot, but the fact that you're talking townhomes in this small community and the taxes and all this other stuff, and somebody's gonna say, well, taxes are going up all over, and you're right. But I'm talking about what's happening right now in this community. And it doesn't seem like anything is gonna be, it all seems to me like it's a go, without regard for the people that live in this community. And that's what I think of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McSwain. I don't know if it's if I can make a comment. Your comment is definitely relevant, and is very, definitely valid, so thank you for that. We had a work session meeting some time ago, and our town planning director, Mr. Grieve, talked about middle-income families, and maybe that may need to be brought to the attention of, I don't know if maybe it's not within our time scope to bring it up now in terms of what income bracket we're looking at when we mentioned the middle-income families.
Yes, the discussion that occurred was in the comprehensive plan. It talks about missing middle and workforce housing. And there's a different definition of affordable housing, and the challenge of the comp plan implementation project to look at missing middle housing is to look at a definition of what are we looking for. Certain price points have to have some type of subsidization of land costs, construction costs, all kinds of costs. So what we focused on, I believe it was 80 to 120 AMI, correct? Yeah, it was 80% to 120%. Yeah, take it away. You did this research.
The housing project where it stands is sort of in two different factions at this point. One is at the 80 to 120, which focuses on more like.
I don't know if it's on, James. We don't hear you that loudly.
So a little better.
That's a little bit better.
The housing project currently sits in two factions. You've got the 80 to 120 AMI, which area median income, right? Which for Southern Pines, the area median income is roughly $83,000. That's a 2023 number. So the monthly cost per shelter, whether it be rent, mortgage, whatever that is, would be in the range of roughly $1,600 to $2,500. And that generally would correspond to, in our area, attached housing, duplexes, townhomes, things of that nature. The other aspect, which we talked earlier a little bit, was the ADUs as one of the ways. And then we're doing pretty well with the for rent models in some parts of town. But the ADUs are a good means of that 30 to 50, which is 627 to 1046 as it relates to that 2023 number. And so both of our housing project initiatives, they work to help that. We're not going to fix that on by itself. We're helping it. To fix it would require unlimited power and resources to do anything that that task force could do in that way.
Just for clarity, especially for the citizens who are present, the Hill Street, I may be saying it wrong, I'm sorry if I am. The present development we're talking about, what bracket for renting or?
Are we allowed to ask that either?
Oh, maybe we're not.
But
Like, are we?
Attorney before we have someone answer.
Please.
You're getting close to the edge on discussion of price point for a project where your issue is land use, not price point. But to the extent that you're discussing whether or not this fills a gap of middle income housing under your comp plan, it's fine.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley.
yeah, we aren't able to answer the question about, that would be a question for the applicant. I do want to hasten to point out here that there's a lot of things being balanced that are reflected in this project. There's a lot of research that's been done on the issue of missing middle housing and the reason why it's so difficult to deliver housing at a price point that falls within that 80% to 120% of the area median income. And the reason I hasten to add that is because, it's like, you hear the old adages where you could, if you want to, the one that comes to my mind is if you want a new bike, you can pick light, strong, or cheap, but you can't pick all three. It can be light and strong, but it won't be cheap. It can be strong and cheap, but it won't be light. There's a very similar thing going on when we deal with housing, where there's all these things that everybody wants, and understandably, because you're dealing with a lot of interest in the community, but you have to give and take. And this is a good example of that, where you say, okay, the sidewalk question you brought up was something where you look at what are the infrastructure things that cost a lot of money to install and affect the overall price, but they don't contribute as much as, say, retaining trees, which has a low overall cost to retain trees, but protect the character. And a lot of that discussion took place between the applicants and James, because he was working on the Missing Middle Housing project as well. So before they answer the question about price, I do think it's important to acknowledge that all those different things moving all over the place, the equalizer jumping all up and down on the stereo, because these things are going up and down all the time. That said, in conclusion, we do understand that when we take up the notion of looking at 80 to 120% of AMI, we know that below that, between land costs, building materials, labor costs, construction, everything involved, we just can't hit, say, 60% AMI where your monthly cost for shelter is $1,200 and be able to buy a home. We just, without subsidizing it by throwing money at purchasing land and holding it in trust and then working with partners to build houses on it, are all those many arrangements. And if we're not going to do that, we can look at 80 to 120 and say, is there a way we can work on projects that bring it into 80 to 120? And the answer is, we think we can. We're going to try. And so,
my suggestion is that rather than ask for price points, you just ask whether or not they have considered the issue of providing housing that fits in that missing middle housing category.
I guess the idea too is philosophically, homes or attached single-family homes, it provides the opportunity for more affordable than detached single-family, right?
that's a cornerstone of the work we've done to deliver back to you, which is we're saying we're not working with the cards we've been dealt to work on this project don't include the card that says the town is going to pour money on a problem. So what we're looking at is if you take an acre and you put 4 quarter-acre lots on it with 4 detached single-family homes, or you take that same land and put 8, we'll say duplexes, 4 duplexes, so a total of 8 units, is it likely that a duplex will cost less than the detached single-family home when they both hit the market? It is likely the duplex will cost less. Therefore, it is more likely to hit an underserved or unserved price point in the community. Now, what that price point is it still higher than every single person in Southern Pines can possibly afford? Potentially. But is it lower than anything that's being delivered now merely because our zoning is half-acre lots and quarter-acre lots? That's the sweet spot we're shooting for. It's still imperfect.
I would also offer along the lines of Attorney McCarley and pointing to the CLRP, and both Trevor and James have hit on aspects of this, but your CLRP, as it is currently written, includes these products as part of the missing middle. Now, if your CLRP is incorrect, that's another discussion for another time, but at least the application that's before you is meeting your guiding documents relative to what that terminology means within Southern Pines.
The applicant comes up to answer that question. Director Grieve, could you also, I know that we addressed gentrification in our CLRP. Would you mind looking up where that is in the new CLRP? I believe it's specifically mentioned. Just look that up while he's answering.
We'll be happy
Thank
to do that while that's taking place. The other thing to point out is that accessory dwelling units, which the conditions of this project include some reductions in setbacks that we've talked about as a way to allow for more accessory dwelling units. And the accessory dwelling units are intended to hit the 30 to 50% of AMI mark. So somebody needing shelter, say a couple needing shelter who are totally fine living in a 600 square foot accessory dwelling unit, long-term rental, not short-term rental, that's also meant to try to address. Now that's only if the buyer of the house wants to build an ADU and rent it long-term, but it provides for that potential because the problem we've identified is that when the setbacks are so great, the only place to put an ADU is right in the middle of your backyard, and people don't want to do it because it takes up your whole backyard. So sliding it over to the corner makes it more feasible, and that's another thing we're trying to do with the mix of conditions here. So, thank you.
Planning Director Grieve, I have one question about that too. In the staff's narrative, it specifically refers to the comp plan and missing middle housing. Is there anything, and this is be a question for Travis, is there anything in the applicant's narrative referring to missing middle housing?
In the applicant's narrative? How about he can look for that, we'll look for the comp plan, and Travis will take the mic.
All right, so first, I would say to, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, but to your comments, I agree 100%. I don't disagree with anything that you said whenever you were up here. Personally, I've been working with Southern Pines on the committees for the missing middle. That is a huge passion of mine. We've been talking with Moore County. We worked, I sat on the land use plan committee for Moore County to help rewrite that, and we'll be moving forward with the UDO. One of the main topics we're talking about is affordability of housing. How can we get that back? There is a massive skew in wages and the cost of housing, and that is lopsided, that it's going to be extremely difficult to ever get that back. I don't know that we will. That is conversations that we have at large, and I would love an opportunity at some point during a work session or something for us to come down and really just kind of brainstorm some ideas and some issues. The reality is the cost of construction is just extremely expensive. We saw a rapid increase right around the time of COVID that shot it through the roof, and we're not seeing that recover. Contrary to a lot of beliefs, builders aren't making more profit. The margins are staying about the same, but the cost is shooting through the roof. The cost of the land is outrageously expensive. You know, and I've got some numbers that I brought with me about a few things, but just to purchase this site, and if I use this as an example, the site that we're on is a $425,000 land purchase. So you take that and divide it by 22 units, and you're already starting to see just what the land cost is. This total project here, we've got land planning and engineering that's nearing $70,000 already, just in what we've spent so far to get to this point. And that's not taking into account that we balled up and threw away the previous version that we brought to you. So you can basically double that goes into it. All of the additional costs from the paving and the water extensions and all that kind of stuff is really what drives cost of construction. So to be able to get this down to a more affordable option, and I would never say it is affordable housing, because one, nobody can identify what affordable housing is anymore, but it is more attainable housing is kind of where we're going to. That's where this design came from. It came from that standpoint. We went from that original design, to throw real numbers at it, just in my cost on that original design, we were going to be about $120,000 per door. That's with us making zero profit. That's just the cost per door for the raw land. In this design, we're less than half of that. We're down to about $50,000. That is something that we are going to pass off to the buyer. We're not making that up in profits. Cost of construction in today's world, a typical house of this nature that we would build, smaller square footage means a higher cost per square foot. And I know I'm getting on a tangent, but this is just a little bit of education for everybody. The smaller you build, the higher the cost per square foot. You still have the same land cost, you'll have the same number of windows virtually, you'll have the same number of HVAC units, you still have the electrical panels, you still have all of that, but you have less square footage to spread that cost out on. So the general rule, smaller the square footage, the higher the cost per square foot. For a builder,
Some development fees also.
all of that's all the same. The water taps, you know, everything that you put into it is the same cost, just on a smaller square footage. So we build smaller to try to get more attainable housing, but it fights you as you try to do that. That's where townhomes come into play, and where you can condense a lot of that cost into one product with multiple doors into it. And that's why townhomes are coming up, and they are so popular at the moment. The cost of construction, some builders may not like me putting this out there, but cost of construction for us on a type of house like this that is of quality that we're willing to put out on the street and put our name behind, just in my raw cost is around $130 a square foot. Put that into perspective with a lot of the big tract home builders that a lot of local residents don't care to have here. Those are sitting around $95 to $100 a square foot. And again, that's in raw cost. That's no land, that's no overhead, that's no profit. built into that. So when you start digesting in those numbers, how we get to that 80 to 120 AMI hitting that missing middle is a very, very, very difficult process to get to. It's something we're striving for every single day. It's the biggest topic within all of our industry for home building and real estate. How do we get there? Kudos to Southern Pines for starting this committee, trying to solve this. Moore County has done the same. We're having conversations with Pinehurst and others. It is something that is a focus of a lot of people that we're trying to get to, but it is an extremely complex issue to solve.
I want to add some studies that I read specifically about affordable or attainable housing, missing middle housing. There is a correlation to homelessness and lack of attainable housing. And I think we're starting to see that here now. So.
I will say when I go to regional, either countywide or regional meetings, there's a recurring theme that Southern Pines is attempting to do something that nobody else has yet. So I appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate our staff working on it, and for you helping on that committee. Did staff find references to gentrification? Because I know it's something that we certainly have not ignored and are attempting to include.
Yes, we have actually a whole one of our townwide concepts in Chapter 4 is a whole analysis of the challenges associated with gentrification and displacement. It's actually the first one because it was such a concept. It's such an important concept. And this is going to be tough to piece together words on this subject because it is, by its very nature, a very controversial issue because nobody's really figured out a way to solve it per se. I will say that it's an attempt at a balance between what the market will deliver, what private property rights dictate under the law, as well as what the community, through zoning and defensible actions consistent with the comprehensive plan, have the legal right to put in place in advance. My professional opinion on this that I'm willing to offer, although again I know it's difficult, is that when you are creating housing that is likely to be created anyways in some fashion, and you are bringing in a project that is well designed and cognizant of community character using the conditional zoning process, the outcome is going to be, when you increase the density and you still have good character, the outcome is going to be houses that hit a price point that are lower than would have been hit with a by right half-acre lot or an office complex, which is by right now. And so you are more likely to get families moving in that are going to be part of a community. Is that guaranteed? No. Could an investment company buy these and rent them long term? They could. We haven't figured out a way to prevent that and make communities exactly like they are in the Andy Griffith Show. But we are still taking steps that are more likely to produce desirable results based on the comprehensive plan than saying, well, we can't fix it all, so we won't try anything. And I know that's a very unsatisfactory answer in many ways because it's not taking everybody's individual desires and saying, well, I'll solve that, and I'll solve that, and I'll solve that, and I'll solve that. But hopefully you can see when you look at the net effect, project after project after project, consistent with the comprehensive plan and the work that our team put into the daily meetings with Trevor and with Travis on this project and the time spent and Paul working on, the net effect I think is very positive. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Was there anything in the applicant's narrative?
So there's two areas where we one where we generally speak about it, but don't specifically say missing middle, and then another area where we specifically talk about missing middle. So in the narrative on the first page, second paragraph from the bottom, as a result, the cumulative site preparation improvement costs significantly exceeded what could be reasonably supported by the originally proposed development pattern. Talking about financial feasibility, given these conditions, it became clear that the truly attainable housing options, one of the primary goals of the 2040 comprehensive plan, would not be possible within the constraints of the original plan. Any attempt to proceed with the initial plan would have required either drastically increasing home prices or reducing the quality and accessibility of the housing, both of which are misaligned with the project's intent and the community's needs. For these reasons, a reevaluation of the development strategy was necessary to explore alternative patterns that balance feasibility with affordability and long-term sustainability. And then it kind of goes into the description of the new plan. The single-family detached, the layout and design are consistent with the 24 comprehensive plan, providing missing middle housing options for prospective owners at a scale that is compatible with the surrounding West Southern Pines neighborhood.
Thank you, Trevor.
Kind of talked about it. So.
Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak? Ms. Bowman? Just reintroduce yourself one more time when you get up here. Thanks.
My name is Nora Bowman. I live at 740 South Hill Street in West Southern Pines, and I will be a neighbor to this new development. I would like to say, though, I did want to touch on the missing middle, which, of course, I've worked on the comprehensive long-range plan, so I kind of understand, the direction of that. And I do have to, I guess everyone has to understand, too, that what is considered AMI for me may not be AMI for the new generation. So I think we have to consider that too. We didn't mention, or the group didn't mention a price point on it, but I know that was a big topic during the planning session. So I would like to know maybe a price point, to even consider would it fit in the neighborhood or the surrounding areas. That was one thing. The other thing was that I do appreciate the change in the signage and the naming of the development. That's great. I think that's a great way to include West Southern Pines and the community, the surrounding communities. I think that's great. I do want to piggyback on what I talked about at the beginning of this meeting tonight, was that the a sign for West Southern Pines. So even with them promoting their new development or any new developments in West Southern Pines, if we had to give direction and say, this is in West Southern Pines, the pool park is in West Southern Pines, someone would have some direction as to which way West Southern Pines would be. They didn't talk about any green space, or maybe I missed it. I don't know if it would be any green space within the development. I know that's usually a big topic, is having a certain percentage of green space in the development. And the other question Ms. Peterson had was, did we have any flooding issues during the storm? And I didn't have any. So I just wanted to address that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Nora.
The open space that we've provided is in those green areas within the buffers. Both side buffers is where we would have the open space. But again, within the lots, those, like Travis had mentioned, that they're going to build those on grade. And the hope is that, we'd be able to save as many trees as possible to make, essentially as much of it green and existing trees as possible. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public? I know this is divided into two different public hearings, but since the next one is evidentiary, we are only allowed to consider expert testimony at that time. So if there's anyone from the public who would like to speak, now would be the time. Okay. Seeing none, does the council have other questions for staff or the applicant? Okay. Do you feel comfortable making a motion on Z-03-25 at this time?
Close the hearing.
I'm sorry, thank you. I will close the hearing. And is there a motion? And make sure that the motion includes the changes to number 11, condition 11 and 24. Is there anything else? Okay.
Was that all?
I believe so.
And the conditions that they already agreed to.
Yeah, those are in there. But was there anything, Bill's, Brady?
No, I was okay with it. Yeah, I just wanted public comment from them. Sure.
Okay, I am ready for a motion when you all are. Take your time.
I'm not on there, sorry.
It's okay. I usually have it highlighted, and so I'm looking for it as well right now.
You saw how I did the motion already, so I'm not going to touch it. No.
Let's see if I can find it. Page 62. Is that right?
Yes, page 62 has the first motion. If you don't want to read the entire number one, you can just make the motion, I move, and then reference, for the reasons set forth in the staff report. And then the second is, that's to talk about plan consistency and a nod to our town attorney about not. And then the second one is I therefore move to, and you would want to mention approve with the conditions submitted by the applicant and as modified, modifications to is 11 and 24. Yep, and we've got those. So.
Just read out the motion. You say so moved.
Yeah, I think you should do it.
Okay. Director Grieve, would you feel comfortable reading out that motion, and then we'll have someone up here? Thank you.
You may wish to consider the motion. I move that after reviewing the proposed conditional zoning district and after considering the criteria for approval of zoning map amendments found in UDO 2.17.9, that the proposed amendment to the Town of Southern Pines zoning map is reasonable in the public interest and consistent with the current character of the West Southern Pines Character District and the criteria set forth in the Town of Southern Pines UDO for further reasons as set forth on page 22 of 23 of the staff report.
And that covers
Motion, yeah.
this the evidentiary one. I'll I guess that so moved to what he just said.
That's what happens when we have one meeting a month. We forget how to do everything.
I'll go. So moved.
Okay.
Thank you.
In favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And then, and therefore, do you want to just read the and therefore? Actually, go ahead. Yeah, we'll stay on the same path.
I move to approve Z0325 with the conditions submitted by the applicant and conditions 11 and 24 as modified at the hearing for the RM1 conditional zoning district.
And agreed to by the applicant.
Great addition. And agreed to by the applicant for the RM1 conditional zoning district.
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And in a nod to, Councilman Goodman, in a nod to your previous concerns, we will make sure to communicate with them to make sure that we got that exact language. We're confident we did, but we'll just double check it before we put it into the final approval documents.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and get through the first evidentiary public hearing because it's on the same project, and then we'll pause for a break. So moving on to 9A, MAPP-01-25, the Hale Street Cottages again, the major subdivision preliminary plat. Okay, Mr. Broadwell, you have additional presentation for this portion of it?
Before you start that,
I'm going to open the public hearing.
the board.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Does any member of council have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that is not susceptible to change?
No.
Council had ex parte communications about this matter.
No.
Does any member of council have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No.
Does any member of council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Does the applicant wish to challenge any member of council on the basis of impartiality? Applicant, Mr. Applicant, do you wish to challenge any member of council on the basis of impartiality? Thank you. Mayor?
Would you like me to swear in staff as well as applicant?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if anyone
Me too.
is going to present on, or who plans to speak or present on this hearing, if you'll please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth? It's been a really long time. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, just like the movies. All right, do you swear to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. I guess I was supposed to say your name. Okay, we're going to catch up. By August, we'll have this. Sometimes we bounce back and forth. Okay, Mr. Broadwell, thank you.
All right, I'd like to enter the MAPP 0125 staff report into the record as Exhibit A and this presentation as Exhibit B. All right, James Broadwell, Planning Department, and I'll now present the staff analysis for the Hale Street Cottages preliminary plat, just following the conditional zoning district you just approved. This will be very straightforward as this is solely based on that conditional zoning district application. But we still have to go through it because it has to adhere to the criteria for the preliminary plat and make sure nothing that transpired in the legislative hearing would somehow not conform to the quasi-judicial decision. All right, that's right. So what we look at, it's the 5 criteria for the preliminary plat. Comprehensive plan consistency. Obviously, everything we just talked about and went through, it's fully conforming to the comprehensive plan. As far as regulation consistency, nothing that what transpired or changed in the legislative hearing is out of conformity with that. And then criteria 3 through 5, I see no inconsistencies there. I only made 2 minor changes that don't affect the actual plat and the technicalities of that whatsoever. So with that, nothing has changed between legislative and the MAPP criteria. So therefore, I don't see any inconsistencies. I recommend approval with no additional conditions added onto this file separate from the legislative hearings file. Trevor, Travis, unless you have anything to add?
Okay,
That's all I have.
all right. Are there any expert witness or testimony that you all would like to include in this hearing? Okay. Council, do you have questions specific to this portion of the presentation or the application? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to close the public hearing. And I know, easy. And then I'm ready for a motion, and I think we have sample motions on page 114.
Just to clarify, because it's relating to the other one, even though we haven't seen in writing the final things about how, that's what we're pointing to.
That's included in.
It is. It is in attachment A and B. It's already in there. So this is just a preliminary plat. This is just the lines on the ground. So the fact that the zoning controls all those design elements of the vertical construction, the zoning controls the planting rates of the buffers, et cetera, et cetera. This is a preliminary plat which, had the conditional zoning modified the number of lots, let's say, had you eliminated a lot or allowed them to add a lot during that conditional zoning, that would change this. But because nothing about those lines changed, this one can sail through as a matter of procedure at this point, unique from other projects. That's the conditional zoning is what sets this up.
Okay. I'll make a motion to adopt attachment 1 of the staff report as drafted for findings of fact regarding the proposed preliminary plat MAPP 0125.
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And secondly, I will move to approve the preliminary plat MAPP 0125.
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries as well. Thank you. All right, why don't we go ahead and take, it is 7:50, according to that, 7:48. So let's take, you guys want 15 minutes or 10?
Yeah, at least 10.
Yeah, let's go ahead and make it 15 minutes. We'll come back at the accurate time, so not that clock, will be 8:05.
I do want to look at this a little bit more, my water bill. I don't think that's right.
I don't think that's right either.
It's obvious that it's not right.
She came to me, I ordered everything, they swarmed it down, they tested that meter, put it back in circulation somewhere.
But you know, the test only tests the accuracy when they're testing it, right? It doesn't test it for what happened.
Reagan said he was going to look into it. I've been back and forth, emailing with her again. I want her to be satisfied with the resolution. You know.
I hate that she went out and hired a plumber.
Well, and they will reimburse for that when something's found that should be remedied by the town. I don't know. Hopefully they get better than the rest of it.
So I mean, that's how much my bill is. $100, 105 all in. I got recycling too. That's, is it really? We have irrigation? Yeah. What's wrong? Did you,
My knees get stiff if I sit down for a while.
time for surgery?
Put it off as long as I can. Hoping to get.
Do you think you're gonna need knee surgery?
Absolutely. You already told me. This is still a clear area. Where do you get the most bang for your buck? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Thank you. Continue to work. I want to get to more and understand what worst case scenario is. If we can live with worst case scenario, sign it to them all.
How much time do you need to really make that? I don't know. I mean, who says somebody's bringing a project? Because it's really something else. Yeah. You make not. So maybe instead of that time frame, maybe it's the number of projects. Maybe it's saying we need to see 5 projects through this up to like. Because you really gotta give it, you gotta give it a number to do. I'm excited to see what I think we're in a very unique situation. Which, in other municipalities, in case you don't know, the county is involved in. If you were getting this before violated, it really started. Each other going to go over the last years. There's information we have, the knowledge we have. There's knowledge and information you guys have. I mean, the fees. Nobody said a word about the fees. Maybe also we come to the committee last time. People comments. I don't want to see fees go up. Yeah.
Y'all still stay there,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like it better. Thank you. Appreciate y'all's input, communication.
I'm glad you came tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
That's the shortest commute.
That's right.
You get your tags. Oh, I will there. Hey, if you like it, hey, I leave my stickers on. Yeah, yeah. It's a style. It's a vibe. It's great. I love it. It's a hip hop thing.
I know.
Hey, I was just talking to Nora. Nora lives right across the street. And I asked her, I said, well, I know, I was really like.
She's like, are you okay?
I know, I was like, it's not going to you.
Yeah.
I thought all the difference was that that sidewalk and the 1.5, like those three things totally changed. What's funny is like, yeah, the first draft. Not right now. Not right now. Like 20 minutes. Yeah. Good, good.
Oh, really? That is so cool.
Thank you. Probably better than me going to the chocolate.
Yeah.
Place strategically down there, not by us.
I never know how many people, I was just saying, I can put another ball out, but it'll be a paper one, because I don't have paper plastic. But if you guys want to
Stupid article.
Seriously, I had like a bad turkey and cheese once.
Really?
They really had like garlic or something like that. Still can't eat the premium. Can't do it. Did you see, were you here? You weren't here, were you? It started crawling out. Somebody stole one for us. We're trying to get DJs and, you know, attention, like, loudly, and you're going, they probably were here before, like, all of a sudden I'll see it go across. Yes, we call them home. And they were home. Not in fall, the ones that are in the fall trees. When I caught them, stuff like that. And even fleas.
Why doesn't it?
Are in flu. And he stayed under a bulb with a couple books on top of it. So my husband read all this.
Hey, she's trying to ask you a question.
You're at work, I kick you.
We know that's all it's to, though. No, but we trust in legally. That is actually the way we figured that out. Yeah. One of the criminal fans off. The town clerk. What about it?
Then they'll start locking it.
That's the advantage of wearing.
Oh, geez. That's rude.
First. So, really quick.
But you gotta go.
This little cheese. Yes.
Better plug in. We did.
I have draft ordinances. Draft ordinance.
All you need to do is write up some conditions. Take those conditions, put them in your fast ordinance. Put it in your. Oh, good for you. That works. I got no issue with that. What's that?
Oh, hey, I got the fans on. I got the fans to turn on.
Yeah, no, you just.
Oh, I tried.
Good move. Try to keep it. I did bring a lesson. It's less on. It's still. Really? Really?
All right. I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. We are moving on to our second evidentiary hearing. It is MAPP-02-25, the Murray Hill Road Townhomes Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat. Mr. Broadwell, welcome back.
Good evening again.
Mayor, may I qualify the board?
Yes. Do I need to open the hearing?
Every case is different.
Okay.
You might have had conversations about this one that you haven't had on any other one.
No, I know, but do I have to actually say I'm opening the public hearing right now, too?
Not
Okay.
until I've done this.
Okay.
Does any member of council have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that is not susceptible to change?
No.
No.
Council had ex parte communications about this matter. Does any member of council have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No.
Council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Who's the applicant? Do you wish to challenge any member of council on the basis of impartiality? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who plans on presenting staff and applicant, if you will all stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence and testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm opening the public hearing. And we have Mr. Broadwell again.
All right, I'd like to enter, enter in the record the MAPP 0225 staff report as Exhibit A and this presentation as Exhibit B. All right, James Broadwell with the Planning Department. I'll now give you the staff analysis for the Murray Hill Townhomes Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat, which intends to take 2 existing parcels and subdivide them into 20 townhome units while retaining 1 existing detached residence. I'll give you a brief area and then plan overview, and then get into 2 issues that staff have recommended conditions for and the applicant has agreed with. All right, so if you take a right turn out of Lowe's Home Improvement and you head down Murray Hill Road about a quarter mile, these 2 parcels are on your left. They're zoned RM1, which is our highest density of residential mixed use of 10 to 12 units per acre. And this property does not fall within any overlay districts or the watershed, so those are not concerns to this project. The applicant is Value Built Homes, represented by V3 here with Paul. And this does align well with the comprehensive plan vision I've been talking about all night, that missing middle housing. This hits that well, more townhomes, and it's in a great spot in town for that. It's been zoned RM1 for a long time. It's near similar neighborhoods and also multiple large commercial areas as well. It also does a good job of retaining a lot of the existing vegetation. When you look at the existing conditions sheet, you'll see they've already supplied a lot of the tree survey, which shows the diameters of a lot on site. As I mentioned, they also are going to retain that residence on the eastern side, and they're going to demolish the one that's existing on the western side there. After they do that, they're going to give the layout that you see here. This is the actual preliminary plat. There are a few things I wanted to walk through with this. The first one is some administrative relief that you'll notice in the staff report we've already applied to this project. Initially, Penny Lane, you see there, it's the one on the left or the western side. It did not quite align making that four-way intersection. And engineering standards call for when they intersect within a certain distance of each other, they have to make that four-way. In this case, that's Dean Avenue there on the south side of Murray Hill. So for that reason, had to push over, and because we have to fit in a buffer, we have to fit in Penny Lane, the setbacks, reducing the front and the rear by 5 feet each was the most common sense approach. On the eastern side with Blue Jay Lane, kind of similar. You've got a buffer that has to go. They want to retain the setbacks on the single-family detached. So for that reason, reducing the rear setback only in this case by 5 feet was the most common sense approach. Next point, open space. You'll see that rectangular shaped thing at the bottom. They're going to plant that according to the buffer standard for any remainder that isn't covered by the existing vegetation that's going to be preserved. Next one is the crosswalk. You'll see there's a crosswalk that goes over Murray Hill Road. And the reason behind that is really stems from Comprehensive Plan Policy 8.1, which calls for installing pedestrian infrastructure wherever possible and feasible. In this case, there is an existing sidewalk on that south side of Murray Hill. And just keeping in proportional to the size of the development, just creating a way so future townhome owners can at least get to that made the most sense. And we appreciate the applicant. They went ahead and put that on the plat. So that's just already a closed deal. So we appreciate that.
So there's no sidewalk shown on this piece, I don't know, on this plan. Are sidewalks going in?
They're not, no ma'am. The sidewalk that exists on the south side of Murray Hill is the only one that's in place. And just keeping proportional to the project size and the fact that that one's already in place.
So, but not even up and down Penny Lane or Blue Jay Way?
Correct, yes ma'am. They're Penny Lane and Blue Jay Lane, those are being developed according to the 20-foot right-of-way standard in the UDO, which does not include a sidewalk.
Okay, thank you.
And that crosswalk will also have the standard pedestrian crossing signs as well with the striping. Last thing I wanted to point out, you'll notice they're developing Strawberry Lane, which is an existing right-of-way. The main reason for that is for emergency access and fire truck turnaround, but another positive side effect is it does enable access to the north. The target development is about a quarter mile away from here, so it's relatively short walk. There's a bit of private property that's in between this development and the target development, and how that will develop in the future is unclear, but in theory, it would be a pretty easy walk as this whole area continues to develop for these future residents. Now for those two conditions that I was talking about, the first one being existing vegetation. You'll notice this looks pretty similar to what we were just talking about with the Hill Street cottages, in that all trees that do not interfere with the footprints, access, utilities, and essential site grading shall be retained. And that's something that we'll verify at site plan as well. Certainly the trees that overlap with the buffers, with the open space, those would obviously be retained. There's also quite a few in the backyard of that existing dwelling. That's actually that picture on the bottom right there. So we appreciate that condition the applicants agreed with, so we can retain as much of these as possible. And we can get that missing middle housing while still remaining cognizant of that tree preservation priority in the comp plan. Second condition that we're going to recommend is a red-cockaded woodpecker study. And that stems from a comment we got from U.S. Fish and Wildlife on June 3rd, highly recommending that a study take place. They gave us this existing data of known clusters nearby, noting that a study's never actually been done on this property. And as part of keeping consistent with the criteria number 2, and that all state and federal regulations are met with this, we recommend that study. We as town government do not administer the Endangered Species Act, but criterion 2 calls for us just ensuring that there's no violation of state or federal laws going on here. Applicant understands that, and they're fine with this condition as well. And with that, we recommend approval with those 2 conditions you see there, is the retaining natural character, don't interfere with those 4 elements that we just talked about, and then conducting the RCW study prior to any site clearing that would take place on site.
Question, and then I'll have the same question for the applicant. Is there a zoning reason or a land use reason why these 2 properties wouldn't be combined? Like, is it the number of units per parcel? Is it something like that?
You mean just doing a recombination survey prior to subdividing it?
These are still, I assume, these are 2 parcels of land existing.
Yes,
It's going to stay 2 parcels of land, right?
It'll move from 2 parcels to 22 parcels because it will be the 20 townhome units, the 1 detached unit, and then what will become the common space access parcel.
I made a mistake. I see the Phase A and Phase B. Okay, then my follow-on question is, one of the conditions about the administrative relief regarding the buffer?
That is not a condition. That was just an administrative relief that we can administer just staff only through UDO Section 246.
Yeah, my question is, so the administrative relief for the buffer is on what they call Phase B?
Go back to that.
Correct. Oh, it's for the setbacks?
Yes.
Not the buffer?
No, not the buffer.
Okay. That's all I got.
Unless you all have any other questions of me, I'll hand it over to Paul.
So, talk to me like I'm a 5th grader. And the shift to west, review with me what we're doing there when we talk about shifting west. I think it's Phase 1 through 5.
Yes. So when we brought this to the TRC review, James Mickle, town engineer, he said, hey, Penny Lane, that is really, really close to Dean Avenue, which is on the
Okay.
south side.
Okay.
When they're that close, they got to match. So you got to shift this over.
Okay.
And because that has to happen, and that's an engineering standard, administrative relief was the most common sense approach to make it all just marry up and match together.
Okay, and have you walked the property?
I have.
And it's also looking to me like most trees are going to be sacrificed. Do you agree with that assessment?
More than half, absolutely. Exactly what percentage that will come to, it's hard to say. That's when we come to site plan. That's when we will look at those 4 criteria items, and any trees that do not clearly get in the way of those building footprints that access those utility installations, they shall remain.
It looks like the second set of townhouses just wipes out 2 rows of trees. And it's going to basically leave the land unprotected by any vegetation, and sedimentation is an issue, particularly in that area. That's where we just lost. We had really enthusiastic flooding, shall we say. And I'm real concerned about that. Do you share my concern?
I do, and I will bring up too, is that any existing vegetation credit that doesn't meet the buffer standard planting is also going to be replanted. So say on the buffer on the western side, the existing trees that are retained, they might make up 50% of that requirement. The other 50% shall be replanted. And that also goes for the shrubs that go within that buffer standard, as well as the trees. And the applicant's condition, not their condition, but their application includes the buffer planting rate will also go for that rectangular area that you see there on the south side.
To Councilwoman Peterson's point about the stormwater, I do see a mention in our packets on page 153 about the staff verifying the design to make sure that pre- and post-stormwater runoff calculations, I guess, agree with the site plan review.
Correct, yes, ma'am. Our engineering department will run through all of that during site plan review and verify they do meet that pre-post requirement.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to the sidewalk question again. It concerns me that Murray Hill is a busy road. And so Penny Lane has pretty close access to that crosswalk that they're striping, but Blue Jay Way doesn't. And yeah, and there is no sidewalk. So they're going to be walking down the private drive, which is great. But I almost feel like maybe there should be a sidewalk from Penny Lane to Blue Jay Way.
Yeah, I had that note too. To me, the striping doesn't make sense without a sidewalk.
Yeah, because otherwise they're going to, from Blue Jay Way, they're not going to walk on the grass to a crosswalk. They'll just cross Murray Hill Road, which I think is dangerous. Okay, we will bring that up with the applicant.
Okay.
Do you all have other questions for staff? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, maybe.
I don't see, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Where we have the existing.
Turn it back on.
Single, oh,
Yeah, it was coming. Where we have the existing single dwelling, and then a small space, and then 3 townhouse units behind that, that would take every tree in that area, wouldn't it?
It would not, no, ma'am. I'll go back to this picture real quick. The picture on the very bottom right corner is the backyard area of that dwelling unit. And Paul, correct me if I'm unaware of something, but no grading is going to take place within the confines of that property, to my knowledge.
Within the existing lot,
Right.
without doing a grading plan, I'm not sure if that area will be graded or not.
When you say the existing lot, you mean the lot that's being carved out for this house?
Right.
Not beyond where the townhouses are?
Right, what will be the new backyard of Unit 21 there. Yeah. So how the condition reads is that any trees that don't overlap with essential site grading shall be retained.
Yeah. I wouldn't think you'd.
And obviously, until we get to the eaches of site plan, I can't say for certain either, but I can't see a compelling reason why there would need to be grading in that backyard.
So there's to be no grading, is what you're telling me? Is that the plan?
Refer to the applicant on that specific
Okay.
location.
And the reason, I mean, this recommendation to have the Fish and Wildlife Service recommendation in regard to the red-located woodpecker, the reason that study has not been done to date is not a question for you, probably, again, for the applicant. Correct?
Those 2 dwellings, just walking the property and by the looks of them, been existing for quite a while. I would love to ask the applicant if they have knowledge of when they were built. I don't know off the top of my head, but development on those parcels really hasn't been a thing for decades, is just by the looks of it. So I can't imagine a scenario where one would have been done on those properties.
Describe the topography of these 2 lots put together. Is it fairly level?
Fairly level. We got the contour lines here. That's hard to see on this slide.
10 feet of elevation, 10, 15.
Got about 495 our peak is over here, to about 508, so we have between 10 and 15.
Okay.
That was about 495 to about
It actually
508.
falls away,
Into the adjoining,
falls away from Murray Hill.
495 was on the south side.
Okay, so it falls towards Murray Hill.
yep.
There is stormwater basins on Murray Hill, right? I think we, with this, when we put the sidewalk, I think we put all that, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
Right.
And Cole sits well below it all and got wiped out, yeah. I know, oh, I know, yeah.
this water doesn't go that way, though. This water doesn't go that way.
Do you all have are there other questions for staff? No. Okay, why don't we have the applicant come up?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Hi, I'm Paul Satoff with Coons Jones plus V3. Thank you for the staff for working with us on this project, and thanks to the council for hearing us tonight. Go ahead to the next slide. Oh, we got it here. Oh, that's changed. Okay. There we go. So we've kind of went through a lot of this with James's presentation. The project site, it's located on Murray Hill Road. It's outlined in orange here. It's within an area that has existing residential development next to the Bella Pines condos, Greenmount Apartments, Longview Apartments, and within close proximity to existing retail developments with Lowe's and Dick's and Targets to the north. This is the site plan, proposed site plan for the property. Access would be from Murray Hill Road along two private driveways, 20-foot wide private drives. The one on the west side would access lots 1 through 11 and then connect to Strawberry Lane to the north, which would be improved. Blue Jay Way on the east side of the property would also connect back to Strawberry Lane and connect to Murray Hill Road. And you can see the existing single-family home there on the kind of middle right there. We are proposing a 20-foot buffer, which is an increase of a 10-foot buffer on the west side of the property. That would be counted as open space. We're also proposing a 20-foot buffer between the two phase areas, between Phase A and Phase B, between those two units. That would also be counted as open space, and we'd also have the 10-foot required buffer on the far east side. Stormwater pond locations are shown in both corners of the property, and those are low spots of the property. And those would have to go through site plan review and engineering review to approve those.
So on your really pretty drawing there that looks like it has lots of trees,
Yep.
let's be honest with each other now.
Well, with the,
Of those lots of trees, how many of those already exist? And how many of those are going to be freshly planted trees that are not going to address the sedimentation issue for years?
without doing a full grading plan, I'd say
A full grading plan? We're going to do a full grading plan?
you're going to have to grade the property, yes.
You have to grade the property, which
Yes.
means trees are gone?
Yes, but you have the backyards in all of these, which you have a 30-foot setback or a 25-foot setback. So you have that, then you have the 20-foot buffer,
So
10-foot
pause.
buffer.
I'm
So
sorry.
you have some space to work with.
I'm sorry to
for
interrupt you.
grading,
Did you
correct.
just say you have to grade the entire property?
Not the entire property, but you will have to grade the roads and where the units will be, yes.
So
Yes.
you'll be grading areas that
And where
right
the
now,
stormwater is,
in your pretty drawing, show me trees, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, just want to be clear.
Yeah.
This is not indicative of what the property will look like. Is that, would you
With
agree
the
with that?
planted buffers in 10 to 15 years, yes, and with
And-
saving some of the existing vegetation, which is our goal, yes, it will look like
So
that.
this is what the property will look like in 15 years. And right now, I get really frustrated about this. And, and this is misleading and really, really frustrates me. If one of our objectives is to try to maintain the trees, I have a real problem with what you're doing.
Paul, is any of this plan addressing missing middle housing?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And does your narrative speak to the missing? Well, I guess it wouldn't really do that on this. This is just a plat.
It's a preliminary plat, yes. But I feel it accomplishes that goal with where it's at, the type of housing it is. I feel it accomplishes a type of residential unit that would hopefully be affordable, yes, especially in that location.
I feel like what is adjacent to its west
Yes.
is
Townhomes.
similar, right?
Yes.
For me personally, I just feel like there was a way, I wish there was a way to tie, just have one entrance, other than the house having its own driveway, having one entrance onto Murray Hill Road versus now 3. Well, going from 2 to 3. I mean, I'm just trying to brainstorm it, and you lose houses to do it, but,
I have a
Strawberry Lane to be improved, what does, that means it's just gonna be resurfaced?
Yes, to town standards, yes, and that's for.
And there's no desire to have access to this off of that road, or you can't because it's not a town road?
Can, I believe. I mean, most of that's not improved, I believe. Is that correct?
How close is that road to Pine Lane or Shady Lane?
That is Pine Lane, correct?
The real Pine
Or
Lane goes
yeah.
south-north, connecting out to the north side. That's the Strawberry Lane is more or less unnamed on the plat that's associated with it.
Okay, so Strawberry connects Pine to Shady?
Yes.
Could you tweet that out?
With that lane, is that public right-of-way, but we're talking private drive at this point?
It would still be private, but it's for fire access and fire truck turnaround and.
So there's no
emergency access.
discussion of at least running it the length of the property for future connections or anything?
There hasn't been, no.
Okay.
And the plan indicates, I'm sorry, were you done?
Yes.
The plan indicates that you would have to have a hammerhead turnaround, but to Mr. Goodman's insight, you would basically have to have a hammerhead turnaround in both Penny Lane and Blue Jay Lane, which wipes out and grates even more property and takes more trees. Is that correct?
The turnaround would be Strawberry Lane,
Would be Strawberry Lane would be your
Yes.
turnaround?
yes.
I think that's in relation to the discussion of phasing. So not all of Strawberry Lane would be improved out at one time. You would maybe only have the Phase 1 portion of it, so you would have a hammerhead in that instance until it connected back over to Blue Jay. Did I read that correctly? It has to do with the phasing plan?
And then we need to make sure that we can turn the corner with our fire truck. So if, for example, there is a fire on Blue Jay Way, you're going to say, we're entering Blue Jay Way to deal with that, right?
Yes.
And then we're going to Strawberry, and that, the turnaround is Strawberry Lane, or there's going to need to be a hammerhead turnaround?
That is the hammerhead portion of it.
And
Or they could come, once everything, all phases are complete, they would pull into Blue Jay Way, Strawberry Lane, out Penny Lane, or the other way around. If, at the time, if between phases, Strawberry Lane would serve as your T turnaround.
And has there been any walking of the land and consideration of working around some of the existing trees and
Yeah,
shade?
absolutely, yeah. I mean,
And how have you, tell me how you've addressed that? Because
We've-
all I've heard
we've
you say so far is you're going to need to grade it.
yeah, we're going to need to do some grading for sure, but we are going to work with the site to retain as much vegetation as we possibly can.
And that's what scares me, is when you say we're going to retain as much as we can. That's what scares me.
I want to get on to talk about the grading for a little bit because unfortunately, sometimes this grading is a requirement to handle stormwater. And so that's not your fault.
Yep.
You're having to comply with state standards or even the town to divert stormwater to your stormwater retention ponds. And oftentimes that requires grading.
Yep.
And so it's hard to blame you for having to comply with something and
you're
yeah, I mean.
You're also talking about a site that has 15 feet of fall that's not necessarily flat. So yes, there will be some grading involved to make
the
the site
nature of
work.
the beast, really.
Yes.
The point is, I guess the better point is to, I guess, be as creative as you can with the grading to your
absolutely.
stormwater retention areas.
So if you were me, how would I hold your feet to the fire in being as creative as you can, as my colleague says, in protecting the trees? What would you recommend that I would put in as a tree protection piece of this? Yeah, hit me.
Condition that we've already agreed to.
Go ahead.
Yes.
How the condition is written, it says, I apologize, I'll get back to it. The developer shall identify during site plan review which trees will be retained and which trees are essential to remove. Town staff shall confirm that the trees are essential to remove before approving the site plan.
Right. And there's a lot in the staff, when I have minimizing tree loss during development, I have that circled. I have preserve mature trees everywhere feasible on site. All of those are idealistic, wonderful things to say. And things that I feel like we get burned on all the time because, oh, sorry, it was necessary. So
I feel like, I hope we've learned our lesson on the Morgan Road tree thing, so.
Well, have we?
I hope.
Because what we have now is really slippery language. So again, I pose my question, what would you suggest that we put in here to protect? Because what I'm saying is, are these trees going to come down? And you're saying, yeah, those are going to have to come down because we've had to move that over a few feet. And oh, those are going to have to come down because of utilities. And those are going to have to come down because of a hammerhead turn. And while I'm really sympathetic to a need for middle housing, I get it. I understand all that. And I also get that we just had a, quote, 500-year storm that guarantee you we're going to have another one within 2 years, so we're going to be 1,000 years to the good. So I just am really concerned about trees and sedimentation and growth and starting to think about planning around the trees a little bit more than going in there and grading and knocking out and building townhouses, which I understand is a constructive, pragmatic solution to housing and allows people to own the land. And I understand all that. But I also am looking at this thinking, those trees are gone.
So ultimately, I guess your question is how can we get a better commitment on preserving trees?
That is my question.
I think one of the benefits of saving existing trees would be less money on the buffer plantings. So if we can save the developer money by saving those existing trees, I think that is
Okay, that's the
something that
buffer.
we
What are you
wanna
going to do
work
about the trees that are all going to come down where you're grading to put all the buildings?
I'm saying with outside of the buffer area as well. We will try to work with the grades to save as many trees as we possibly can. But
As we possibly can.
Yes.
Again, it's such subjective language. And we've been burned, and we're going to be burned again unless we tighten up on it. How do you think we should go about that?
So I think
Sure, our meeting's been long. But I think what you just read, James, basically says that the town staff is going to make sure that the developer handles the tree situation adequately, correctly, with making sure that we're not tearing down trees that don't need to be taken away. Am I right? Or
And we have had one project that mirrored this language, and we did during the TRC review process argue like, hey, does that really need to be there? You can shift that over this way and save that one. Okay, fine, we need a little bit of tree protection, fencing reduction. Okay, run that by the arborist. Arborist checks off, and the plan goes through a few site submittals and adjusts. The other side of that, though, is if it is indeed, we have large diameter trees that are in fact within that grading zone for that 20-foot right-of-way for a building footprint, obviously, just going by the standard, yeah, that one has to go.
Gone, right.
And there's a lot of pervious or impervious surface there going in, and those obviously wouldn't fall outside of that realm of administrative.
Mac, can I ask you a question? Is there a mechanism by which we can impose a trigger point that says X percentage requires some level of review?
The technical answer is yes, but this is a very subjective decision.
Yeah.
As you well know.
Yeah.
When you're trying to get those buildings with those utilities and those
Right.
other, the parking spaces on the site. I think the language that's being proposed is a good compromise between perfect and good enough. It lets the staff argue with the developer about which trees really are essential to be removed and which aren't. Knowing that your policy, your desire as a council is to have as many trees as possible remain. And he's listening to us say all this, knowing that we will argue with him about what needs to stay.
I guess, and my concern would be more along, I understand Ann's concern as well, but my concern is more along the periphery, the buffer areas, and not overdoing it on that. I mean, obviously, you can't have a tree where you're going to build a structure, so I'm more worried about not overgrading the areas we're calling buffers and open spaces and things like that. And Paul, unfortunately, you're a victim of what happened on Morganton Road.
Yep.
And so, when they committed in good faith to keep and then a couple hours, they were gone.
Yep.
And so that's the unfortunate reality of it, so.
No, understood. Understood.
You agree with that?
Were you saying something a little earlier about the backyard
Patrick's Point?
in terms of the trees back there kind of being untouched? Did I hear that? Maybe.
I'd said that we'd have room because, I mean, if you look at the plan, these lots are relatively big. I mean, you have a 30-foot
Right.
to 25-foot setback in the back. Then we have the 10-foot buffer, 20-foot buffer, that we have that room to work with grades.
Right.
Where hopefully we aren't going into those areas and saving as much trees in the buffer areas or elsewhere that we can. Because, if you look at this site, you can see how much of it is green, if you don't trust it or not, but you can see how much area is actually being technically built on and not necessarily being paved.
I get really frustrated by the diagrams, and this is a consistent thing from your office and many others. But this, I'm sorry, and I am tired. I grant you that. But this is tree porn. This is not going to happen, and I know that. It's not going to happen. And it's maybe going to happen in 15 years.
Yes, we draw plans as they're going to look
Right,
in 15 to 20 years.
and then you bring them
Yes.
in, and people see them, and they think that's what's going to happen. So I'm really frustrated in my purpose in that regard, and I think that one of the things we all love about this town is being destroyed with a pretty good amount of thoughtlessness. Tell me what a red calcated woodpecker assessment costs.
I don't know, is that relevant?
It is, I think. I'm wondering why it hasn't been done.
Are we allowed to ask how much part of the project, okay. Granted.
$7,000 to $10,000.
Is that, okay, is that what you say? Do you stand by $7,000 to $10,000?
Yeah.
And so that has not been done because you're waiting to see?
Well, I think the comment back from U.S. Fish and Wildlife was a bit of a shock to all of us because this is actually in a clear zone area where you can submit a self-certification letter. So that comment was a bit of a shock, I think, to us and staff, that they wanted to have a full-blown survey done on this.
And has there been any?
And we will do it before site plan is submitted, yes, correct.
But there's been no plan to schedule that before coming before us, right?
Yes, if this gets approved, we will start that.
If it's approved, you would do that. I
Yes.
see. Okay.
I want to make sure that we move on and give all the council members opportunity to ask questions.
that's fine.
And we can come back if you want specifics before any motion is made. Mr. Pate, you had something. Oh, did you have more of a
Oh,
presentation?
not-
We've gone so far off.
I think we've covered a lot of everything. Yeah, well,
At one point, we had 3 people.
just touching on the site information, the existing zoning, the proposed units, we have 20 townhomes, 1 single family. We're under the maximum density allowed, which would be 23 for the development. So we're in touch with the existing RM1 zoning standards. Open space, we're meeting that at 10.7%, and that's just in those buffer areas. Obviously, there will be a lot of area outside of those buffers that will not be homes or buildings or driveways. But yeah, I feel the proposed development is consistent with the intent and standards of the existing zoning district, and will expand housing opportunities within an established residential area in close proximity to local amenities and communities and commercial centers. The project will enhance the community's housing diversity and will utilize existing infrastructure and roadway connections to support efficient land use and access, all goals of the Southern Pines 2040 Comprehensive Plan. That's all for my presentation.
I think, Mr. Pate, you had a question?
Well, I was just curious on that other thing, like, since we were talking about the trees. So the ones where you showed green between driveways, that's going to be a plant?
That's going to be planted,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, and yes.
You're not grading around one of the, okay.
No, those will be street tree plants, yes.
Do you have a question?
Well, just one question on the application. On your lot, Inc. is who it said on the end thing, and then it's Value Build Homes. Just, can you explain to me who they are?
Value Build Homes, they're based in Sanford. They're a home builder. Yes.
And
The developer as well.
there's not a representative here from Value Built
There is not,
Homes?
no.
But they're based in Sanford?
Yes.
Just checking.
Are there other questions for the applicant right now? No, I know I have one for staff. Mr. Broadwell, James, I know that the other James probably would not like you to speak for him, but part of the reason that I believe it's Penny Lane was moved to the left is because it lines up with Dean. So now we have a scenario where when you leave Longstreet, you go down Pine, you'll cross Strawberry Lane and it becomes Penny, and then you cross Murray Hill and it becomes Dean. But Penny and Pine don't line up. And Shady and Blue Jay don't line up. So you have this like sort of weird name change. It's like you almost have to zoom out from here because it's the streets are on the top, left and right. I'm bothered by how the streets line up. I'm bothered by the abundance of names for streets. And I love the Beatles theme. I think it's great.
I'm glad somebody got it, yes. Yeah, so somebody got it.
But I won't, yeah.
I believe, and James, correct me if you know otherwise, but I think you had heard earlier that the town engineer had made sure that it aligned across the street, and I think that's because the intersection takes place at Murray Hill, whereas you get back into some of those other areas, you're dealing with private, yeah. And I agree entirely with you relative to the naming issue, and I shouldn't make the assumption. Have these names already kind of run through the county naming ordinance and 911 and all of that?
They have not been.
Okay, because the names may change when it goes through that process.
We need a White Album Street, yeah.
This is the
right.
magical mystery tour.
Yeah, Yellow
development.
Submarine
Yes, yes.
Street, right?
You said Pine Lane, where is?
Pine Lane is, yes,
She had
so
a-
when you're on Penny and you
Comes north.
cross Strawberry, it's Pine, that top
Yeah.
left road. And then it goes to Long Street. Yeah, I mean, it's
It's a maze.
and I agree with Councilman Goodman on, I don't love that both Blue Jay and Penny enter into Murray Hill. I mean,
Which is
it
so
feels, yeah, it feels very busy and congested and dangerous on the turns. I don't know that it's going to go along with some of what Ms. Peterson is saying, because I feel like if you change the interior design, you may end up losing more trees, but I feel like that actually could make for a better plan.
Yeah. And at the minimum, have that driveway for that single-family house come off of Blue Jay.
Yeah, and that could be done. Yeah,
I was like, yeah, that actually,
Yeah.
even that alone helps.
yep.
And then maybe a sidewalk.
And also,
Sorry, go ahead.
probably some type of pedestrian path between Penny and Blue Jay to that crosswalk.
To the crosswalk, sure. Yeah, basically, we're building a crosswalk. We're building a crosswalk and we have no walkability, we have none. So, and we're crossing a really busy street and it doesn't line up and wow. It seems really sloppy and not well thought out.
Okay. Does council have other questions for staff or the applicant? Does the applicant, do you feel like this is a final and best version of the plan?
This is a plan that we've been through for a couple of years now. I'm working with staff, working with the fire marshal on access and circulation and how this would work, trying to keep the existing home. And this was the best layout that we could get that kept the existing home, had circulation for fire, emergency access, and also being able to develop a certain amount of lots that our client felt feasible with.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that you're below maximum capacity on lots, like units.
This plan has seen several different iterations over a couple of years here, and this was,
The use, not just adjacent to it, but across the street from it on the, I mean, it is the same.
Across the street?
Across the street, yeah.
You're right.
How close is the oil changer, which I know is on Murray Hill, to, is that the, so it's further, oh,
so
okay.
that,
So it's not, yeah,
So there's
okay,
the oil
yeah, right
changer,
there.
And this is where it would go.
Gotcha.
Based on the questions from the council this evening, do you feel like it might be, I don't know, I'm not a betting woman, don't know. Do you feel like it might make sense to discuss with your client possibility of addressing some of our concerns? Continuing the hearing, or are you comfortable with moving forward?
I don't know that I'm ready
Think-
to vote.
yeah, I think I'm comfortable. I mean, if you guys feel that this needs more work,
Yeah.
and you, yes, then,
Part of the problem that we're presenting to you is there's a couple of recommendations, but they're all really vague. I mean, save the trees, the streets, maybe rework them in some way, sidewalk. I think I would feel more comfortable waiting until next month to vote if you are comfortable with us continuing this.
yeah,
And bringing something.
And welcoming change.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you would like to bring change or if
The new
we have
iteration.
specific ideas that we want to present, like offer to staff. I just don't know that we're offering a whole lot of concrete recommendations besides
Yep.
save the trees.
sidewalk.
I do commend you, though, for at least
Yeah, honor
addressing the
walkability.
missing middle,
And-
because that's what's needed. And, I mean, we're talking about a lot of cosmetic things. You know, some people are dealing with, how am I going to put a roof over my head? So, you know, it would be wonderful if you could address some of the concerns of the council, but I would hate to have to lose any of the numbers of units that you have here
And that's-
as a result. And that's exactly what's going to have to happen if.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
At a very minimum, just figuring out how the driveway of the single-family unit connects. 'Cause now
Yeah,
all
I mean,
see is a driveway
that's,
through their front yard.
that's easy. I mean, that's coming basically from where it's at now back to Blue Jay Way.
Okay.
I mean, that's very easy. As far as sidewalks, I mean, are we talking about more sidewalks along Murray Hill Road connecting the two?
So I think just along Murray Hill between those two new streets.
Between Blue Jay and Peacock, or Penny.
Your concerns, and the
Good
planning
note.
staff and I will be glad to talk with the applicant in the intervening month. No, to be honest, y'all are starting to treat this like a conditional rezoning.
Right.
And it's not.
Right.
So I
agree with that.
think we have heard
Okay,
you.
the fact that you try to protect us from ourselves, so thank you. Noted and appreciated, thank you.
We'll work with the applicant to see if we
Thank
can
you.
get some of the things that you've noted.
Also ask, I'm going to call it a clarification, but, because I'm hearing the discussion of being able to connect Blue Jay back to where the crossing is at. And I know the natural thing is to think that that is right along Murray Hill Road. And I only offer this having been involved many years ago with the project that put sidewalk on the other side of Murray Hill Road. There are some right-of-way challenges there, and I'm trying to recall, but there may not even be curbing on that side of the road on Murray Hill. I'd have to go out there and drive it. But what I'm getting at is, the goal I'm hearing is to make sure that somebody living on Blue Jay has a natural pedestrian connection back over to where the crossing is going to be. If Paul figures out a way to do that internally, maybe not along the right-of-way of Murray Hill, does that meet your goal, or are you looking for sidewalk on Murray Hill?
Keeping the people who live right there safe, so that, especially if there's not curbing.
Again, it could
they're
take
not
trees
walking
down
along that
along Murray
road.
Hill, for
Yeah.
instance, to put sidewalk in, and maybe it's a better scenario if there's an internal circulation. That's why I asked the question.
And there is a power line that runs right on that side along, there is a power line that runs on Murray Hill, I think right on the property line. Yep, there's a power line there. Yep.
Attorney McCarley, do I close the public hearing and then do we vote to continue?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
You are
so
not
we just
going
vote
to
to
close
continue.
the public hearing. You're going to ask for a motion to continue the public hearing to a date certain.
Is there a motion to continue the public hearing until August 12th? Is that date okay with you? Sure. Yeah, if anyone is here this evening who would like to speak, yeah, we can provide that opportunity. Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to continue until August 12th?
I move to continue MAPP 02-25 Murray Hill Road Townhomes Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat until our August, what month, 12th?
Seconded.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Santoff. We'll see you next month. Thank you.
We'll see him in 5 minutes.
It's bedtime. All right. Sorry. Our last evidentiary hearing, PD-01-25, Tommy's Car Wash Preliminary Development Plan.
Qualifying the council. Does any member of the council have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that's not susceptible to change?
No.
Has any member of council had ex parte communications about this matter?
No.
Does any member of council have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No.
Does any member of council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Does the applicant wish to challenge any member of the council on the basis of impartiality? For the record, say it out loud, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay, anyone who plans to present in this hearing, please raise your right hand and put your left on the Bible if you so choose. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence and testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ready.
Mayor, members of council, Mason Maddox, Planner 2 with the town, here to present preliminary development plan PD 0125. Madam Clerk, I will first request that the July 22nd, 2025 staff report be entered into the record as Exhibit A and this presentation as Exhibit B. Thank you. This application is to develop Lot 3 of Phase 5 within the Morganton Park South Plan Development District. The application is to construct an express car wash facility on approximately 1.84 acres of the tract of land that you see before you. You will find Carolina Green Parkway on the bottom part of this image and its intersection with West Morganton Road on your right side. I'm sure that many of you have noticed the clearing that's occurred. This picture was taken just last week. I think it's important to address. The amount of trees that have been preserved on this property are a result of MAPP 0424. It was a condition, which I'll get into a little bit later in this report, but site could very well have been fully cleared. And planning staff was very pleased with the amount of trees that were retained out of respect to previous plans.
Thank you for that.
Of course. This is a satellite image pre-clearing of the site relative to the Lowe's Foods for everyone's orientation. And as mentioned, this is for a PDP, a requirement for all zoning entitlements in a planned development or PD district. The subject property is designated in the 2040 comprehensive plan as a community activity center and as a retail center. The property is also within the Urban Village Highway Corridor overlay and the Morganton Road overlay. The yellow lines show an approximate location of Lot 3, not intended to be truly accurate, just my little markup, help you understand the size. The application was submitted by Bob Kuntz of Kuntz Jones V3 Design. We have Paul Sadoff here on behalf of the applicant as an authorized agent. Site is currently owned by MSP Outlets. And I want to note that the use of a car wash was explicitly permitted in the CDP for areas designated as office space / retail. Couldn't quite see it. So that's going to be the purple within the yellow circle right there. Planning wants to note that this is Phase 5 of the Morganton Park South Plan Development, following in order Target, the Overlook Apartments, BJ's Wholesale, and Whataburger as Phases 1 through 4. I request that you all keep major subdivision preliminary plat file MAPP 0424, which platted these 4 lots for Morganton Park South North lots in mind. Remember that we're looking at Lot 3 right here. I do want to point out the location of the required 40-foot highway corridor overlay buffer. That's in the approximate green area of my coloring. And here, another very approximate depiction of that 40-foot buffer. I want to thank our planning director, BJ Grieve, for supplying me with such fresh photos, taken only last week, to ensure that our council has the most up-to-date and relevant information.
That's great.
You're welcome.
There's some photo credit on there besides the planning staff.
The PDP application itself includes a roughly 5,500 square foot automated car wash building, 3 drive-through stacking lanes with 29 stacking spaces or queuing spaces, 15 self-service vacuum stalls, and 8 standard parking spaces. As parking was a large part of discussion for previous entitlements in Morganton Park South, I just want to note that according to our UDO, the vacuum stalls do count as parking spaces, and so planning is counting a total of 23. The CDP calls for a range of 22 to 27, so there are actually no issues with parking as far as planning is concerned. Very satisfied by the number. This PDP application comes with a request for 2 deviations. Before I get into those, are there any questions up to this point?
No, I'm good.
Of course. All right. The plan before you proposes access being from Plan South. Look at the blue area and the blue callouts. That's the roundabout portion of the soon-to-be-constructed extension of Old Morganton Road. Our Unified Development Ordinance actually requires that buildings must face and be enterable from the higher order street. In this case, that would be West Morganton Road. Look at the red area. However, because access is proposed to come from the extension of Old Morganton Road, in part due to the 40-foot highway corridor overlay buffer, the application actually requests a deviation from this standard to align the building toward the Old Morganton Road extension.
Explain that to me one more time, this whole thing. The ordinance requires access from the higher order street?
Correct. The building to be facing the higher order street, the front of the building, and to be accessible from the higher order street. That comes from our architectural standards in the UDO. And since the lot abuts West Morganton Road, that would be the technical entrance. However, there's a buffer there. We want to preserve that as much as possible. So staff finds the request to orient access off of that roundabout to the south to be very reasonable.
I thought that when we subdivided these 4 lots, we actually requested that they not have access to Morganton Road, that it would be interior access. Okay.
That's why we're dealing with it.
The orientation of the building may be the larger issue there. I don't think anybody would argue for access from Morganton Road.
It's just a technical thing to point out.
Okay, thank you.
So, all right. Moving on, our ordinance requires that the front-facing portion of commercial properties have this thing called frontage, which ideally creates this type of look. This comes directly from our UDO. The intention behind frontage is to make pedestrians feel very comfortable. It's to create a space where you might run into a friend out front, an area where you might wait for a ride or wait to go into a building. Just a little bit of a buffer area for people between the building and the parking area. That's the intention. If you add these 3 subzones together, you will get 16 feet. That is the required width of our frontage zone in Southern Pines as a standard. This is not to scale, but the town's frontage requirement should roughly produce the image on the left. This is using AI to the best of my abilities. Yeah. Whereas the image on the right has vehicles a lot closer to the building. It's much more narrow. Very different result. Very dramatically different, I would even say.
I appreciate the AI image.
It's a swing at AI.
It is. I mean, and I looked at it and I was going to ask where the photo was from.
It's
it does-
very difficult to find examples in Southern Pines of
Yeah.
places that once had frontage and now don't, or didn't and now do, so AI.
That second picture, that car looks like it's about up on the curb.
Did a nice job making your point. Nice job.
You might be doing it on your next slide, so apologies if I'm jumping ahead. This isn't a building that anybody's driving to go into. So how is this applicable to the design here?
Hence the deviation request. Very, very good for you to point that out. Let's see if I answer that with the next slide, and if not, we'll go back to it. No, very, very understood. So the frontage zone is generally required to be, no joke, on the front of a building, which based on the orientation requirement that I just discussed would typically respond to the north side of the site. So theoretically, the frontage is supposed to be on the side that faces West Morganton Road. However, the purpose of frontage, as planning staff determines, is to provide a pedestrian-friendly space adjacent to the building for their comfort and enjoyment. In this case, staff find that the application achieves this intent by placing the frontage zone on plan left adjacent to the vacuum stalls. This configuration essentially creates, quote, sideage instead of frontage, which considers functionality given the site's use as a car wash, which is primarily automotive, and the layout. Additionally, the PDP includes a landscape, this application includes a landscape planting area. In this location, you can see that with the green square within the red square, to be added within the frontage zone. So the actual request is to reduce the 16 feet down to 12 feet, but with the voluntary addition of a 4.75-foot planting area. Within that 12 feet, correct. So that leaves 7.25 feet of just pavement.
There's no entrance into the building along that side, right?
I guess to help me to figure this out, I know you got like the tidal wave, or you also have like par three. Par three, there is like literally you can go into the building and watch your car go through the thing. Tidal wave, there's nothing to go into. You drive through it. Which is this modeling?
This is more in line with tidal wave.
Okay.
There is, one on the screen. This is the only area where customers can actually enter the building. It's a mat washing area where you go.
I ask because I'm, with the given purpose of that area along the frontage, is it achieved? Visually, it's not going to be achieved going along the side, although maybe, I guess maybe you could see it from Morganton. Okay, I'll wait until the applicant comes up. Thank you.
Mason, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
One of the things, staff, this topic, when we're negotiating for great design, if we're holding a card which is you have to do a frontage zone, well, it's a car wash. You have to do a frontage zone. We don't just say, you're right, you don't have to. We're going to hold that card and we're going to say, you have to do a frontage zone. They say, well, it doesn't make sense. We say, really, what does make sense? We say, well, what if we put planting on the side of the building to improve the side of the building so that it serves the purpose of creating a softer, and we say, yeah, that's a better design. Okay. And so you're negotiating. You're taking something that you are required to do and imposing something that is less, but not just saying, yeah, you're right, it's a car wash. Get rid of all 5 of these things that are applicable to an office building.
I like it.
And it's less deep, but it's wider because it's along the side too, right?
Signage zone.
Okay,
I like it.
all right.
Is it on Patriot Road, the frontage, or signage?
It's going to be an extension of Old Morganton Road. I don't know if I have the better orientation.
Okay. Mr. Maddox, I'm sorry we keep interrupting you.
Yes.
Tell us too. I can tell it.
With that road being,
You don't have a plan view of that road, like the aerial view of that road with the circle, do you? More further out than what you,
I would say that,
like that one, but further higher in the sky?
staff, could we see if MAPP is zoomed out or if I crop the image? I can't remember.
There's mine.
I think this is cropped, so an image may exist that's more zoomed out. Yes, we can.
You're talking, you want me to pull up the plat?
Yes, please. Oh, 0424.
0424, thank you.
And hopefully that will address your question, Councilman Goodman.
It's big. Oh, it's not that big. 11 megs.
It's not that big, yeah. This one?
Yeah, perfect.
That answer your question?
Yep. Thank you. A+ on the filing.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from council for staff regarding the application as a whole or the 2 requested deviations?
Council? Okay, seeing none, we will see the applicant.
All right.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr. Maddox.
close up with a couple more things. If I
Okay.
may go back to my,
I'm sorry.
yeah. Last couple things. It is. It absolutely is. Staff finds the application to be consistent with the 2040 comprehensive plan, the conceptual development plan for Morganton Park South, and all applicable criteria within the UDO. So staff recommends approval with 5 conditions listed on your screen for your convenience. I wanted to note that condition 3 stems from the corporate architecture of many Tommy's franchisees, such as this example here. Staff find the colors and building material to be architecturally jarring. This is from Greenville, North Carolina. We find that this style represents a stark divergence from our requirements here in Southern Pines. I show you this to say that there are examples of the Tommy's franchise, such as this example out of Texas, that would be far more substantially aligned with the standards here in Southern Pines, and that such is possible. Hence, the third condition hopes that this application would be brought in an administrative role so that staff could approve the architecture. That's all from staff. I will hand this over to our representatives of our applicant, Mr. Paul Sadoff.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you.
Hi, it's me again.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having us again on this project, and thanks again for staff for working with us on this project. Yeah, I'm here to present Tommy's Car Wash, which is Morgan and Park South Phase 5, Lot 3. There's been some back and forth and confusion on what Phase 4 and 5 are, but this is considered Phase 5.
I don't want to limit any of your presentation.
Yep.
By any means. But
You just
can
want me
we-
to go?
No, can we just jump to the conditions? Are you okay with all 5 of those conditions to
Yes,
begin with?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
I know, it's quite a jump.
Yeah. I can go through this as
Okay.
fast as you want.
Does the council have specific questions that you feel like a presentation is going to address, or that we could ask now? Or do you? Yeah, I mean, I feel like Mason did a really good job of covering it.
I would ask, just because it's QJJ, that we at least enter his presentation as an exhibit so that it is part of the record.
Let's go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Go through your presentation.
Yes, so this is the proposed site plan. The entrance would be from Old Morgan, the new Old Morgan Road, once that is constructed. That was part of the Phase 4 preliminary plat that's shown on the lower side of this photo, or this picture here. The entrance will be at 12 o'clock off the traffic circle there. You would come in, you would turn right, and then there would be 3 stacking lanes with 29 stacking spaces on that side. Your car wash entrance into the facility would be up and around on the top side, and then you would exit out the bottom side towards Old Morgan Road. From there, you would either make a right to use the vacuum stalls, or go out to Old Morgan Road and exit. There's also a bailout lane on the top left there. After it kind of, I can point it out. So you guys come up through here, you have the option if you forgot your wallet, or it starts raining, you don't have a method of paying, then you can bail out. The stormwater location is shown on the left-hand side of the site there. We are retaining the 40-foot existing tree buffer along West Morgan Road. We are, with some of the grade, there will be a retaining wall on that north side that will be roughly 6 to 11 feet in height. And that is working with the existing grades and trying to save those existing trees. Where the wall is about 12 to 15 feet away from that existing tree buffer line, so we have plenty of room to work with the wall there and save those trees. Any questions on the site plan?
I do have a question. A lot of times the vacuum stalls are canopied. Will there be two separate canopies or one massive one covering all of it? And is that something that architecturally staff would review, or how would that work?
They do not have a canopy.
They don't?
No,
Okay.
they do not.
It's just
They're individual canopy. I wonder if you have that picture of the other.
So I'm thinking like, you know,
Tommies
when you
up.
pump gas, there's like a covering for all like the
No,
stalls. It's not going to be a
it's
big
not
massive.
it's not a big, massive
Okay.
covering that runs the whole entire length, no. No,
At all, is what you're saying?
no, there is not.
There's no covering at all?
No.
And the vacuum lanes are large enough, it's basically two-way traffic, because you're going to pull out of the car wash and turn to the right, but you also have the bailout lane coming through that area.
Yep.
And if you vacuum your car, you're going to have to go back the direction you came. And that's enough space for cars getting out? Okay.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it's pretty wide, yeah. Yeah, it's 31 feet between the vacuum stalls there.
And the 24 feet
Yeah,
at the entrance is enough for cars to go both ways?
yes, yep.
And what can you tell me about, the staff report contains information about the cleaning product disposal? What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, that was a question that
See, there were
came up at a planning board about how the chemicals that come through the wash are treated. They are captured within the building, are recirculated. Anything that comes out will be caught in a drain and be sent to sewer. And all the soaps and all of those things are all biodegradable and safe. So,
Do you
but for the majority, everything is caught and recirculated within the building.
Do you know what chemicals are used, what soaps, what chemicals?
I do not.
They run an internal free treatment.
You better come to the mic and say who you are, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I did. Hey, Tim Carpenter, LKC Engineering, Aberdeen, soon to be Southern Pines. But, so they run a internal pre-treatment system, or not pre-treatment, but post-treatment. So they're actually a fairly low water user, surprisingly, you know, that they're a car wash. So all of their stuff gets recycled, as Paul said. Any of the wash drains as they're coming out of the wash bay, they get caught in trench drains, so it all stays internal to the inside of pretty much to the inside of the tunnel, and then they recirculate all that. So their wastewater discharge, they're not a significant industrial user, they don't require a pretreatment permit. The town will obviously want to see all of that mechanical information about how they treat that water, though.
So you're saying that all wastewater is recycled? So my car behind your car gets washed with the same water that your car
The vast majority
got
of,
washed?
they will have, Dax is here, but they will have domestic use and some byproduct water, but it's generally, in these types of wash, it's recycled, and then what's not recycled is hauled off, and then they replenish that.
Mayor, as interesting as this might be, it's not a land use condition.
Correct.
Thank you, Attorney McCarty.
It's a
Thank you,
sedimentation.
because I was probably
It's
getting ready to get out of my
possibly
lane on car wash.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does the council have questions regarding the land use as of right now? Mr. Santoff, do you have more presentation? Additional presentation?
Like with the other PDPs in Morgan Park South, we keep an ongoing site information, updated open space. This is just showing what's calculated within the development, that we're still calculating those and eventually meeting that open space requirement. We have 0.40 acres of open space here, which is the buffer area. Again, we went through the parking. There's 8 standard spaces, parking spaces, 15 vacuum stalls, 29 stacking spaces within 3 stacking lanes. There's about 5 to 6 cars within the wash at a time, so you have 29 spaces for stacking, and then 5 to 6 cars within the building or within the car wash. There's a lot of space available for stacking there. Impervious surface, we're at roughly 50%. And overall, we're meeting the CDP requirements that were approved with Morgan Parks CDP. Utilities and access for the property will be available once Old Morgan Road extension is completed.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
I have no questions. I was
Council, do you have questions for the applicant? Okay, I will wait. Don't do it yet. Do we have any, it's a public hearing, but it's quasi judicial. Do I still provide opportunity for the public to speak?
Yes, ma'am, they can give their personal comments, they're just not it's not evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's anyone in the public who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. Is council ready for me to close this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, I will close the hearing and hear a motion.
I move to adopt attachment 1 of the staff report as drafted as findings of fact for PD-01-25.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Preliminary development plan for PD-01-25 with the 5 conditions of approval as set forth in the presentation
And staff report.
staff report.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we will have a quick council roundtable.
Yeah, hang on.
From this side of the table. We'll just move down the way.
The only comment I have relevant to the roundtable is I do think we should have a discussion a little bit more about Ms. Hitchcock's situation and her water. I think I read your email about the testing. The issue I have with that is that tested at the time that they tested it doesn't test it when to me, there's also clearly something that possibly could have happened January, February, March, and April. So,
This evening's the first time I've seen that plumber bill that she turned in
Yeah.
and the notes that were on it. So my first thing tomorrow is I want to check into that and see if anybody else had seen that, and maybe we contact the plumber or something, because that's something new from even when Bill and I were talking about it last month.
So I think while the test is like, we tested it, it's 99%. I think that's good, but it's testing it at that moment.
Right, that's true.
So there's other evidence that, could make you think, well.
Well, and I had them pull the test after Bill had come to me with it, because they'd already done the profile on it, and I sent the profile information to you if you read that. Clearly, it wasn't a constant leak or anything, a lot of the hours of high usage were relatively consistent. And then, of course, a January bill is December. I don't know if somebody was visiting or anything like that, but I do want to follow up on that, the notes that are on that plumbing bill, because that's not something you'd normally see.
Right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Well, and I would add, it sounds like her data is going to support her claim that there was faulty equipment on the part of the town. And if that is true, I would think we should also cover her plumber's bill.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by her data, because the
she
data
said-
that's been drawn so far actually doesn't show that, but we do want to follow up. I'd like to follow up with the plumber and see what he actually found out there, because that's certainly not what our crews have found with that meter, and they were out for a couple of months before it was finally, let's just replace the meter. And
Back to us on that, so we know what happened, because that's a problem. We probably, do you need our homework assignment from her?
I think we all.
She's also,
I've got a copy of it here. Yeah.
so, okay.
Yeah, the last 3 bills that are normal.
Okay, I've got her number.
Mr. Goodman, was there anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay, Ms. Peterson?
I have now had my latest call off of Arbutus from people who have had the right-of-way cleared in order to deal with sewer issues. And it happens and it gets cleared, and then the landowner, the right-of-way is cleared, and the landowner is left with the same sort of situation that we have on Ash Street, where we just have weeds growing up, or the landowner spends about $400 on pine straw in the area that's been cleared, and then the next-door neighbor has weeds growing up because she's living there and doesn't have the capability to take what was really a pretty wood view out her back door. So, the North Carolina Cooperative Extension Service has been kind enough to offer up to those folks on Arbutus plants that would not interfere with the sewer, and that would be really cool. And I would love to ask for a planning session where we meet with Graham and we talk about what we can do. I've got the documentation. I will happily share it with everyone. Some of it is just wildflowers and coreopsis and black-eyed Susans, but I think we're just leaving a horrible look around town as we do that. And I also think I understand, so we may need Ron East back in here, but I think I understand that if there are in fact breaks in the sewer line, you can tell that from equipment above the ground. It's like an ultrasound. And so this is going to be a recurring frustration that constituents are going to call about, and I would like for us to seriously consider some sort of a constructive overview on how we make things more beautiful, rather than a bunch of dead weeds, which is the look we have right now. That does not, it's not Southern Pinesy, to quote Mr. Grieve, yeah. So I will happily share this information, and these constituents are movers and shakers and have gone the extra mile, and there are lots of things that could happen. It was interesting tonight that was one of the conditions, hats off to James, is one of the conditions that James put in there on the Hale Street project, that the black-eyed Susans and the coreopsis and all those beautiful things could be planted over the line, and then, God forbid, if the sewer line breaks, we can always replant wildflowers. This does not address trees with, or bushes with roots that are not deep, but I think that I would like to have a powwow with both Ron and Graham as soon as possible, and I would like to address this constructively, and I do think if the town goes in and takes every tree out of the right-of-way and then just watches the land be a huge scar, I think we should take some responsibility. I think that's the town's responsibility. It's not fair to say to the resident, oh, now put some grass out there, or you take care of it. That's not okay. We use the right-of-way because we use the right-of-way for sewer, and I think we've got a responsibility to tidy up. So, anyway, that's my other point.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Pate? Ms. Gray?
I wanted to mention earlier, when Ms. Roth made her presentation regarding the pool park, just commendation on the amount of work that she put into that in a short space of time. Residents came out. I know everyone was happy. We had a lot of representation from the community tonight, and it was good. So just kudos to the town staff. As always, you are par excellence, and I'm and I'm so pleased to be a part of this community. So thank you.
And to Nora Bowman's point about signage in West Southern Pines, I think that we can see the work that's been done around Pool Park and how we are increasing that signage, and we are updating some of the wayfinding around town anyway, so I expect that we'll address that soon as well.
I want to talk to you about that too.
After me?
Yeah.
Okay, we're in another one. Oh, specific signage, like obvious one, yeah, I think so too. But I mean, I think that's part of what we are.
Yes.
Yeah, we're putting it up kind of,
Yeah.
doing it all over town a little at a time. So yeah, I do expect that we'll have signage to West Southern Pines. And I think that's actually something we intended to do.
Yeah, there had been some discussion about revisiting that topic as the grant-funded historic work that is taking place, and kind of where that ends up, whether it ends up in a historic district or not, or some of those things. But there was discussion of revisiting that topic once we sort of see where that project ends up, because some things may make more sense than other things, depending on how that all plays out.
I think the Land and Housing Trust had ideas around their facility as
Yep.
well. Okay. I do not have anything specific for council roundtable, so unless there's anything else, we will move into closed session.
Motion that we move to closed session.
Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11A5.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I expect that after closed session, we will not have any action, so anyone who is here, the general public, do not feel like you have to stick around. All we will do is adjourn the meeting after closed session. Ooh. But for everyone else, I will ask you to please depart. Thank you guys so much.
I wonder if the policeman is under contract to have to stay, or if he should just stay.
I think he's going to stay in the front room.
Yeah.
He just can't stay in this room.
So, who was the gentleman over here?
I don't know. Can we go catch him?
No, you don't have to catch him.
I don't know why he was here.
I said hello to him at the beginning because he looked familiar. I don't know if he's with one of those groups.
I don't know.
Been here
I don't know. Yeah.
But I couldn't remember who was. Okay.